There we go. Oh, sorry, the Lisa Remiker DeWall. Just need if you're affiliated with a party, let me know.
I'm with the Village of Little Chute. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So it looks like, as far as I can see, no members of the public in attendance except for the Villager, the Times Villager press coverage here. All right. Okay, looks good. Looks like everything's working. That doesn't happen all the time, so I'm glad. All right, let's get on the record. This is docket 9300 SI 126, the complaint of the city of Kaukauna against Heart of the Valley Metropolitan Sewerage District concerning sewer rates. My name is Michael Newmark, the administrative law judge for the PSC. We're connected through Zoom on this hearing today. We're both taking evidence from the parties and commission staff, as well as public comment. We've made the connection available, the Zoom connection available to members of the public. We don't see any in attendance at this time. Oh, we do have people in the waiting room, though. Should I let them in? No members of the public in attendance at this time, but we are accepting public comments in writing up until Friday, February 23rd. So let me just make sure, since we are taking public comment today, I just want to be sure we've given people an opportunity to do that now. Did have a couple people just join us. So just curious, if anyone's a member of the public in attendance and you wish to comment in the case, I can take your comment at this time. So we did have, so let's go off the record for a second. We do have John Moore and John's, looks like Sundelius. So just curious if you're affiliated with a party. We'll set your name up here properly. So John Moore, any connection to the parties in the case? No? Okay, John Sundelius, connections to the party?
I'm a commissioner on the HOVMSD.
Okay, great. I'll just, well, just moved around here. Okay.
Should we check John is the council president for the city of Kaukauna? Oh, yeah, Your Honor, John Moore is the council president for the city of Kaukauna.
Ah, okay, great, thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so back on the record. At this time, there are no members of the public in attendance. We do have one member of the press corps here, but no members of the public that I'm anticipating would want to make a comment. So we'll move on to the party session. So at this point, we're going to take appearances on the record. So we'll just have our service list here on the screen share. Just start in alpha order here with the city of Kaukauna. Who do we have representing the city today?
Good morning. We have attorneys Jared Walker-Smith and Lori Kubsa of Boardman Clark. We also have in attendance in our room, Mayor Anthony Penterman and John Newmeyer. We also have one of our associates watching, Liz Leonard.
All right, thanks. How about Heart of the Valley Metropolitan Sewerage District?
Good morning, Your Honor. Chris Nelson appearing for Heart of the Valley Metropolitan Sewerage District. Also in attendance for Heart of the Valley are Brian Helminger, David Casper, and Scott Schramm and Christine DeMaster.
All right, great, thanks. Public Service Commission?
Zachary Peters for the Public Service Commission.
All right. Village of Kimberly? Oh, you're muted. Hang on. I can help you with that.
Charles Kaler, Hurling Clark Law from Appleton, and present with Greg Ullman on video from Village of Kimberly.
All right. And Village of Little Chute?
Charles Kaler, Hurling Clark Law from Appleton, and present from Little Chute is Lisa Remaker DeWall.
Okay.
And Your Honor, we also have William Stannard appearing by video on behalf of the city of Kaukauna.
Okay, just off the record. Debbie, did you get that? Who was speaking?
Yeah, but I don't know who was saying that.
Yeah.
Jared Walker Smith.
Okay. Yeah, if you could do that next time you talk, just raise your hand because now I know who you are.
Sounds
Thank
good.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And so I was just curious, was off the record, do we have is it Greg? Who's Ullman? Is that Gene? I'm sorry, just missing your last name there.
Greg Allman,
Greg
ULMAN,
Ullman.
with the Village of Kimberly.
Wasn't going to be presumptuous that your name Greg Ullman. So, and do we have the other witness for Little Chute too in attendance?
We do not.
Okay, is that person available if need be?
Yes, I believe so. Wasn't aware that anyone intended to ask questions
Okay.
to either of these gentlemen.
Yeah, as far as we know, there were no questions identified in the pre-hearing notices that we have parties and staff issue. But if you look through the facilitating matters order, that's not the be all and end all, and whether there may be questions or not. So the way we practice here is that we need to make witnesses either have them attend or have them be available in case they're needed. Otherwise, I won't be able to accept their testimony. That's clearly defined in our facilitating matters order. So if
Yes.
there is an opportunity, if there will be any questions, we'll sort that out before we get started. But in the future, you want to be mindful of that because that's been our rule for fairly long time. And just so you know, just in case we have a situation where a commissioner does appear and wants to ask a question of a witness, I have to make sure that witness is available. So we want to be able to have that person at least connect if necessary, in the least. And to be there at least for the beginning of the hearing would be the preferred method. So yeah, if worst comes to worst, I can let this go this time, but I've rejected testimony in the past for witnesses who failed to appear or been available in case they're needed. So
Your
Your Honor,
Your
I believe
Honor, I have asked that he get online, so we're trying to track him down. I apologize.
yeah, it's like I said, it's we just want to make sure we're being consistent. I don't think there'll be a problem here, but all right. So let's continue on. So at this point, it's probably the best thing to do is just see if we do have witnesses that need to remain online.
Go off the record.
Let's go. We can do this off the record. So
Okay.
so we'll review this at the end, but so let's just check and see if there are cross for witnesses at this point in time. So for the city of Kaukauna, do we have witnesses we are anticipating cross?
Your Honor, we intend to cross-examine Scott Schramm from Heart of the Valley. We don't have any other intended cross-examination at this time.
Okay. And for Heart of the Valley, who are you planning to cross?
Your Honor, we noticed all three of the city of Kaukana's witnesses. At this time, I would just intend to cross Mayor Penterman and Mr. Newmeyer.
Okay. And for Village of Kimberly, any witnesses you're crossing? You're muted again. There you go.
no witness is being crossed by Kimberly.
And how about Little Chute?
No witness is being crossed by Little Chute.
Okay. Commission staff, did you intend to cross?
Yes, Your Honor. I just have very brief cross for Newmeyer, Penterman, and Casper.
Okay, well, let's get on the record. Hopefully I can do this right. We just discussed which witnesses should remain in attendance for cross-examination purposes. The other witnesses, which I'll list after, will be, certainly allowed to stay, but have the option of either appearing to verify their filings, or their filings may be verified by affidavit. It's up to you. So the witnesses that we have cross for will be Newmeyer, Penterman, Casper, and Schramm. Witnesses that may are excused except for verifying testimony, Standard, DeMaster, Helminger, Ullman, Taylor, and Kemna. I think I got that right. I don't get it right all the time, so I want to be sure. All right, so at this point, we can excuse those witnesses. But
Your
I do
Honor,
thank you for,
just to interject, commission staff witness Kemna will verify his testimony on the stand.
yeah, I'll just leave that up to you. That's fine.
Your Honor, what about having an opportunity?
I'm sorry, who's speaking?
I'm sorry, this is Lori Kubza.
Thank you.
For responding to anything that was raised on SIR rebuttal. I mean, that.
Okay, so what I was trying to explain is that you may take the stand or you may not take the stand. It's up to you. If there's no cross for a witness, that witness may take the stand or may not take the stand. It's up to the party to call that witness. So if you want to call them for something else, feel free to do so, but I'm not requiring that they be in the hearing because there's no cross for them.
Okay.
This really isn't anything new. We do this all the time, so I'm not sure. Okay. All right, so any other questions? Okay, let's get started then. Well, here's our offered evidence list. And hang on, I just gotta adjust. So we can start with City of Kaukauna. You can call your first witness.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Our first witness is Mayor Anthony Penterman.
I'm sorry, I can't tell who's speaking.
This is Jared Walker Smith.
Oh, I apologize. Thank you.
Thank
Can you say that again then?
Yes. Jared Walker Smith calling our first witness for the City of Kaukauna, Mayor Anthony Penterman.
Okay, so raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, so off the record, can everybody hear him? I think what we might want to do is have you get closer to the microphone. I don't know if that's just yeah, I've just put the mic closer to you.
I do, Your Honor.
That's a little better. You can sit down. You don't need to stand.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Please state your name for the record.
Anthony John Penterman.
By whom are you employed and what is your position?
I'm employed by the City of Kaukauna, Mayor.
On whose behalf are you testifying in this proceeding?
The City of Kaukauna.
Did you submit written direct testimony in this proceeding on January 23rd, 2024, and rebuttal testimony on February 6th, 2024?
I did.
Do you have any changes you would like to make to that testimony?
I do not.
Is that testimony true and correct?
It is.
Have you reviewed the rebuttal testimony filed by Heart of the Valley's witnesses in this proceeding?
I have.
Do you have any response to the rebuttal testimony that has been submitted in this case?
I do not.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mayor Penterman is available for cross-examination.
Okay, just want to ask the witness, are the exhibits that you filed, Penterman 1 through 7, complete and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
Okay, thanks. Okay, who would like to cross first? Let's do Heart of the Valley first. Any questions?
Your Honor, do you accept those exhibits into the record?
Yes, I can say that I can accept all the documents that are listed on the offered evidence list into the record pending their verification by witnesses. So all they need to do is verify and they're in. So that just goes for everything that's on the list right now. I should have asked prior to this though, if the list is complete and accurate in everyone's mind. So you got a version of this yesterday. Does the list reflect all the filings, current filings accurately, or do we need to make any changes?
Your Honor, per the email that I sent yesterday, the city of Kaukauna will be submitting 2 additional exhibits into testimony today. It will be Exhibit COK Newmeyer 18 and 19. How would you like those to be submitted into the record?
Okay, I don't think I saw. Let's go off the record. I didn't realize that was in your email. Let me check that again. So first of all, did you serve that on everyone? Those
Yes,
documents?
Your Honor,
Okay.
that was part of the notice that I sent yesterday.
Okay, let me check that out. Oh, okay, I see that. Okay. Okay, so let's get on the record. So I've been informed about City of Kaukauna offer of new exhibits, Newmeyer 18 and 19. They were emailed to parties yesterday. So at this point, the witness is going to have to, you know, put those in and provide some foundation for that, unless there's a stipulation that all parties and staff agree it should go in without any more foundation. Yeah,
we will be asking Mr. Newmeyer questions related to those exhibits. So we'll be establishing the foundation. And
okay. Okay, because you went right to cross questions. So let's hold off on cross. And
I'm sorry, Your Honor, that will be for Mr. Newmeyer.
I'm sorry.
Mayor will not be submitting any additional exhibits.
Okay. Okay, yeah, well, we'll wait for Newmeyer for that. Yeah, okay. I guess you confused me there. Okay, sorry about that. Yes, that's Newmeyer. So when Newmeyer takes the stand, you'll need to add that to his presentation. Okay. All right. So where are we? We're at cross for Penterman. And the Heart of the Valley at questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thanks.
May I proceed?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Mayor Penterman, how long have you been mayor of the city of Kaukauna?
5 years and 9 months.
And as mayor of the city of Kaukauna, are you familiar with the sewer rates that the city charges its customers?
Fairly.
Okay, do you know what the present rate is?
I do not.
Okay. If I told you it was $8.75 per 100 cubic feet, does that sound about right? Mayor?
Yeah, I believe that sounds about right.
Okay. Do you know if that rate is uniform? And by that, I mean, is it charged to all customers within the city of Kaukauna?
Yes, it is.
So Kaukauna has one sewer rate that it charges to all of its customers?
We might have industrial. Might have a last name.
I'm sorry, I can't hear who's speaking.
That was Mayor Penterman. Your Honor, this is asking for information that is probably more likely directed to Mr. Newmeyer.
That's fair, Your Honor, but he's stated he's familiar with it.
Yeah, I believe it's fair to ask the mayor about this, see where it goes, how technical it gets, but yeah, go ahead, proceed with your questions.
Feel free to state what you know, what you don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's a different rate for residential or industrial.
Okay. But you're not aware that there's multiple rates?
I do not believe so.
Okay. Now, Is Kaukauna, you agree that Kaukauna is a municipal member of the Heart of the Valley Sewerage District, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And does does the city of Kaukauna have representation on the Heart of the Valley Commission?
Yes, we do.
And who is that representation?
John Sandelius.
And Mr. Sedalius, is he a resident of the city of Kaukauna?
He is.
Is
Yes.
Mr. Sedalius a former city employee?
Yes.
And what was his role with the city?
He was the Director of Public Works City Engineer.
Now, when the city of Kaukauna goes about setting its own sewer rates, can you tell me how that decision is made?
No, I cannot.
Do you know if you vote on that decision?
Our council would approve it.
Okay, so the sewer rates are approved by the council?
Yes.
Can I just clarify, is that like a city council or the attorney?
Oh,
It-
yeah, good question.
By the council, you mean the city council?
City council, yes.
Okay, still is that an attorney or the group
Common
council?
The common council members. is
There we
that-
go. Thank
Yes,
you.
common council, sorry.
Just have to spell it the right way. Thank you.
Do any customers of the city of Kaukauna have a vote on setting the sewer rates?
No.
Now, in your testimony, and specifically referring to page 3, starting at line 19, you state that the city of Kaukauna
I'm sorry,
has
which entry of the testimony, direct or rebuttal?
excuse me, Your Honor, direct COK Penterman,
And what was the page?
page 3.
Okay, thanks.
Starting at line 19, you indicate that the city of Kaukauna has significant concerns about the financial impact to its ratepayers from HOVMSD interceptor project. Do you recall stating that?
Yes, I do.
And when you're referring to ratepayers, who are you referring to?
The residents of Kaukauna that pay their sewer rates.
And those residents would be customers of the city of Kaukana's own sewer utility, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you have any specific concerns about the rates that the city of Kaukauna itself is paying as part of HOVMSD's interceptor project?
Could you please repeat that question?
Let's read it back.
Question, do you have any specific concerns about the rates that the city of Kaukauna itself is paying as part of HOVMSD's interceptor project?
Current rates, are you referring to?
I'm referring to rates that would come as part of the interceptor project.
Yes.
In filing your complaint, would you say your own chief concern was the general rates that the residents or ratepayers, as you said, would be paying due to the project?
Yes.
Would you agree with the statement that the city is bringing this complaint on those ratepayers' behalf?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the physical structure of Heart of the Valley's interceptor system?
Fairly.
Do you know how many points at which the city of Kaukauna discharges sewage into the Heart of the Valley interceptor system?
Um, can I refer that to John Newmeyer?
If you don't know, that's fine. You can just state you don't know.
Yeah, I'm unsure. I know that two of them don't go directly into the interceptor.
I'd like to ask you a question about your rebuttal testimony. I'm going to refer to rebuttal COK Penterman, page 2. And I'd like to reference starting on line 4. You state distance impacts the level of service, cost of providing service, and the value of service to each municipal customer. Do you recall stating that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you tell me what you mean by that?
It may be worthwhile reading your full answer here rather than focusing on those sentences. Your Honor, we request he has a chance to review his answer.
Yeah, he's doing that now.
Thank you.
Can you repeat your question, sir?
Yes, you stated on your rebuttal testimony, page 2, lines 4 through 6, distance impacts the level of service, cost of providing service, and the value to each municipal customer. I asked you, what do you mean by that?
I believe I was referring to the conveyance of the wastewater all the way to the plant.
Okay. Were you referring to the sort of geography of HOVMSD's interceptor system?
Yes, I believe so.
I said one of Kaukauna positions in this case is that because the city of Kaukauna is located closest to the wastewater treatment plant, it should be paying less for the cost of the interceptor rehabilitation. Is that correct?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Let's read it back.
Christian, if I said one of Kaukana's positions in this case is that because the city of Kaukauna is located closest to the wastewater treatment plant, it should be paying less for the cost of the interceptor rehabilitation. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And just to be perfectly clear, when I say closest, I mean closest in comparison to the other member municipalities. Is that how you understood my question?
Yes,
And when I said should be paying less, I was referring to paying less for the cost of the interceptor compared to the member municipalities because it's closest. Is that how you understood my question?
yes,
Would you agree that if that position is accurate, Kaukauna also takes the position that distance from the wastewater treatment plant should impact the rates that its own customers pay as
No.
part of the HOV interceptor project?
no.
Why not?
Could you repeat the question again?
Let's read it back.
The one that began with, would you agree, Mr. Nelson?
We'll probably have to go to the prior one. Thank you.
Okay, question. When I said should be paying less, I was referring to paying less for the cost of the interceptor compared to the member municipalities because it's closest. Is that how you understood my question? Answer yes. Question. Would you agree that if that position is accurate, Kaukauna also takes the position that distance from the wastewater treatment plant should impact the rates that its own customers pay as part of the HOV interceptor project?
Your Honor, I want to object to this line of questioning because it's beyond the expertise of a city mayor to be commenting on this type of utility specific and rate setting basis. This is a more appropriate question for our expert witness, William Stannard.
Your Honor, there's been nothing in this that's at all related to an expert testimony. It's their own position. And I'm just asking about the own position that's been stated in Mayor Penterman's own testimony.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the rates for wastewater treatment customers of a municipality are at issue in this case. How do you see the connection there, Attorney Nelson?
Well, they certainly are an issue in this case because the city of Kaukauna receives its statement from HOVMSD and then allocates that among its own customers and bills for that. And if the idea is, and the concept is, as stated by Mayor Penterman and in the filings it is, then the city of Kaukauna presumably is going to account for that in its own rates.
Your Honor, this is looking at the difference between the wholesale supply of Heart of the Valley services to its five municipal customers and the charges and rates that Heart of the Valley charges to Heart of the Valley municipal customers, which is 5, including the city of Kaukauna. How wholesale customers, this is not about the retail customers of the city of Kaukauna or any of the other individual communities. And to
Your Honor, I would object to the characterization of wholesale customer.
Why?
Why? Because I believe just through Mayor Penterman's testimony, Kaukauna has established that it's not a wholesale customer. It's a member municipality of Heart of the Valley. Wholesale customers, would not have a representative on the utility setting rates. They wouldn't have a voice. They wouldn't have a vote. This is a member of Heart of the Valley. It's not comparable to a wholesale customer.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from the other parties and commission staff if you have an opinion on this. Start with the villages. You have to unmute.
Thank you.
Okay.
The villages support the position of Attorney Nelson.
Okay, no further explanation.
No, I think he's explained it adequately from my perspective.
Okay. Commission staff, any opinion?
I don't think commission staff has a position at this time, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I'll allow the question. Let's see how this proceeds on the record. I think at this point, rate setting policy in terms of comparing the municipal customers vis-a-vis the HOV system and Kaukauna sewer customers. The policy of rate setting is useful information at this point, but I don't know how far we can really get. So I'll allow it for now. Let's see where how the record plays out at this point. So let's read back that question again and have the witness answer.
The same one I just read. Okay, let me know if you need the one.
We'll
Well,
have the attorneys guide us with that one.
I was going to say, let me know if you need the one before it again. Would you agree that if that position is accurate, Kaukauna also takes the position that distance from the wastewater treatment plant should impact the rates that its own customers pay as part of the HOV interceptor project?
No.
And can you explain what you mean by no?
Don't know.
Yeah, I apologize. I can't elaborate on that.
Do you believe that Kaukauna should not have uniform rates after it starts paying for the HOV interceptor project?
Objection, Your Honor, that question is unclear and it's.
I'm sorry, who's speaking? I can't tell.
Attorney Jared Walker Smith.
Thank you. That question is?
That question is irrelevant and it's misleading and confusing in how it's phrased.
Okay, can you rephrase the question, Attorney Nelson?
Sure. Now, Mayor Penteman, there's a dispute about ultimately the amount that Kaukauna is going to be assigned as part of paying for the debt service on the HOV interceptor project. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But you would agree that at some point, the city of Kaukauna will start paying for the HOV interceptor project. We just don't know the amount yet. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's fair to say.
And isn't it also true that the city of Kaukauna will be passing those costs along to its ratepayers, the cost of the HOV interceptor project?
Yes.
So once Kaukauna starts passing those costs along, the cost of the HOV interceptor project, should city of Kaukauna ratepayers pay different rates based on where they're located in the city?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't have any further questions for Mayor Penteman.
All right. Anyone else have questions for the mayor?
Yes, Your Honor, commission staff does. Just
Okay.
a few.
Yeah.
Good morning, Mayor Penterman. My name
Morning.
is Zachary Peters. I'm counsel at the Public Service Commission. I had just a couple quick questions for you. Directing your attention to your rebuttal testimony. On page 4 of your rebuttal testimony, right at the bottom, lines 21 and 22, you mentioned that Kaukauna does not contend that the only way to fix reasonable rates is by using the reach method. I was wondering if you are able to expand on that or are there other remedies that Kaukauna would deem reasonable in this instance?
As far as that, I don't know if the PSC has any other type of rates that they have set for a project like this. Obviously, we contend that the reach method is the best method.
So you are simply stating that there could be other possible remedies here outside of volumetric versus reach calculations?
Yes, I believe there's probably some other type of methodology that could be used besides the flow.
Okay, thank
Method.
you. My other question was regarding page 5 of your rebuttal testimony. It was lines 9 to 13. And I'm wondering, as you look at your testimony there, is this testimony suggesting the potential creation of a system of some kind that would more or less bypass the HOV interceptor system?
Yeah, that's kind of the suggestion and the thoughts.
And
Currently, right now, that portion of the city of Kaukauna, the flow does not go through the interceptor. So it's possible we could run a different pipe and bypass the whole interceptor and go deposit directly into the plant is my answer for that.
Would, in the instance of, or the potential for the creation of a project like that, would it be in the hopes of reducing those volumetric charges or flow-based charges relating to the interceptor system that are at issue here?
Yes.
Okay, no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. I just wanted to follow up on the previous question regarding using the reach method. Is another way to accurately describe the city's position is that the reach method is the preferred method to calculate the cost allocation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All
We're
right.
not saying it's the only method, but the method we prefer.
Okay, that's
or
good.
believe should be used based on this being a new pipe being put in.
Right. Okay, yes, for the current proposed project is what we're talking about. Yes.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, great. Any other cross? Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Mayor Pentman, would you turn to Newmeyer Exhibit 4? And if you need it in front of you, I can provide that to you here too.
If you would, please.
Can you tell me what this is? Feel free to read on the second page. What is that?
Just here?
Yes.
This is a statement from the Heart of the Valley Metropolitan Sewage District for the treatment of the city of Kaukauna wastewater for the month of January 2023.
And who receives this invoice?
The city does, our finance director.
So is the city of Kaukauna a municipal wholesale customer of Heart of the Valley?
Yes, we are.
Thank you.
So I'm just going to interject. I think the witness said the bill was for January 2023. I think I'm looking at January 2022. Am I on
Yes,
the
you
right?
are. I apologize. I don't have my glasses.
Okay,
Thank you.
I understand completely. All right, great. Okay, go ahead.
So, Mayor Pentman, with the formation of the commission, does the city council appoint a representative on the commission?
Well, I appoint a member of the commission, and then that is solidified by Outagamie County Executive Tom Nelson.
Okay.
So I basically make the recommendation. I write a letter of recommendation of who I would like to appoint to the commission, And then Outagamie County Executive Tom Nelson makes the final appointment.
Okay. Mr. Nelson asked a question upon whose behalf your complaint. Now, the city of Kaukauna is a municipal customer. Would you say that it is the city of Kaukauna that is the complainant in this case?
I would, yes.
And would, if there is a change in rates resulting from the interceptor project, is it the city of Kaukauna that would be billed?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, no further redirect.
Okay. All right. Thanks very much. You're excused.
Thank you.
Who's next?
Your Honor, I would like to call to the stand John Newmeyer for the city of Kaukauna.
All right. There you are in front. Okay. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right. And can we just adjust that microphone? Now I can get closer
Yes,
to
of
the two
course.
of you there. That would be helpful. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Mr. Newmeyer, please state your name for the record.
John W. Newmeyer,
By whom are you employed and what is your position?
City of Kaukauna, I'm Director of Public Works and City Engineer
On whose behalf are you testifying in this proceeding?
for the City of Kaukauna.
Did you submit written direct testimony in this proceeding on January 23rd, 2024, rebuttal testimony on February 6th, 2024, and surrebuttal testimony on February 14th, 2024?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes you would like to make to that testimony?
Yes, in reviewing my notes, I did find and noted two errors, the same error repeated. First on page 13 of direct testimony, Newmeyer, line 10, the title of a report, 1988 Capital Cost Allocations Report, should have stated 1978 Capital Cost Allocations Report. And that same error repeated on page 15, line 20 of direct testimony. 1988 should be replaced with 1978.
Thank you. Any other corrections?
No,
As revised, is the testimony you submitted true and correct?
yes,
You also submitted exhibits 1 through 17 to this point. Do you verify the accuracy of those exhibits?
yes,
Thank you. Have you reviewed the surrebuttal testimony filed by Heart of the Valley witnesses in this proceeding?
yes, I have.
Do you have any response to the surrebuttal testimony that has been submitted in this case?
Yes, I'd like to bring up 3 points if I may. The first, general reply to HOV witness surrebuttal testimony. The second, I wanted to address the contribution of ammonia by Little Chute to the interceptor that was talked about by Mr. Casper and also Mr. Schramm in the surrebuttal. And then third, I'd like to respond to Mr. Schramm's testimony for his surrebuttal regarding the interceptor rehabilitation project and how that increases the capacity of the interceptor system.
Thank you. What were the general responses that you wish to make to the Heart of the Valley testimony?
So I think in several cases, disagree with how the HOV witnesses characterized my testimony. I think that my testimony speaks for itself, so I don't need to go into detail there. If read correctly, the testimony speaks for itself. But I believe I've been mischaracterized in a couple of occasions.
What response would you like to make to the surrebuttal testimony of Heart of the Valley witnesses David Casper and the surrebuttal testimony of Scott Schramm related to the discharge of ammonia?
Yes, should I insert or ask to add the
Certainly.
exhibit at this time?
Yes, Your Honor, we wish to offer exhibit COK Newmeyer 18, which Mr. Newmeyer will discuss.
Okay, so we have marked Newmeyer 18. And my understanding is that parties and commission staff have seen this already. So are there any objections to 18?
No objection from Heart of the Valley, Your Honor.
That was no? I'm sorry.
No.
No.
No
Okay.
objection from commission staff.
Okay.
Mr. Newmeyer, can you please describe exhibit 18?
Yes, so this was a letter from Outagamie County Recycling and Solid Waste to the HOV, MSD. And this was in regard to the issue that they've been experiencing, to my understanding, of high ammonia loading in their wastewater discharge, and a discussion of points back and forth as to Outagamie County's opinion and questions of those.
And what specifically of this exhibit did you wish to bring up?
Yeah, so Mr. Casper and Mr. Schramm each talk about acknowledge that Little Chute contributes a disproportionate amount or more ammonia to the HOV interceptor system than any other municipal member. They explained that part of that reason is because Outagamie County landfill discharges into the village's collection system. So then that higher concentration ammonia is transported by village conveyance to the HOVMSD interceptor, but they're not considering Little Chute's disproportionate contribution to the ammonia to be their responsibility, because it's the landfill is used by all municipal customers, I believe was the way it was stated. I think that testimony is misleading. First, it's a regional landfill, so it's not just the 5 member communities that discharge or put waste in that landfill, but rather the entire regional area, as I can elaborate on also if you wish. And then
please
also Little Chute controls how the landfill is connected to the collection system and how the landfill is charged for its use of the system.
Thank you. You state that it's a regional landfill. Could you please expound on that?
Yes, the Outagamie County landfill collects waste from 3 counties, municipal and industrial customers, the tri-county area of Outagamie, Winnebago, and Brown counties. So that they include significantly more users than just the 5 municipal customers that we're talking about. So the landfill is responsible for establishing its own rates for those customers that discharge or that haul waste to their facility. And then the cost of contracting with Little Chute to convey the leachate, if that were to increase, those charges should be attributed to all of those customers. So through the landfill fees, the landfill should be paying those increased ammonia fees, not just the 5 member communities. Again, possibly subsidizing that cost for all of the tri-county area to bring their waste to that landfill just because it happens to discharge into Little Chute system.
So you said it was a Little Chute that establishes rates for sewage conveyance disposal for the landfill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does the city of Kaukauna establish any rates for the landfill or have any control over the rates set by Little Chute?
No.
Does any other municipal customer besides Little Chute have the ability to set rates for the landfill?
No.
If costs are increased, I think you alluded to this, but if costs are increased to the landfill for their conveyance of sewage into the treatment plant, who will those costs be passed on to? Is it just the 5 municipal customers?
No, if the rates were passed on to Outagamie County, or the tri-county landfill would have to increase their rates to all, or logically, they would increase their rates to all customers that would put waste into the landfill.
And this is customers of the landfill you're referring to, not the municipal customers.
Customers of the landfill.
Thank you. You brought in Exhibit 18. I want to refer you to paragraph 8 of Exhibit 18.
So by 8, is that the item number?
Yes, item 8. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Can you tell me what item 8 brings up in regards to the relationship of the landfill and Little Chute?
Yep, so my understanding is, based on these comments from Outagamie County, that there was a leachate disposal agreement in place, apparently since 1995. The bigger point is in the third bullet point, that Little Chute sanitary sewer was raised in the context that the leachate was damaging the sewer through corrosion. It's pointed out that Outagamie County is paying for leachate disposal and including a 25% surcharge that they would expect to be used to maintain the system appropriately. So Outagamie County is paying for their sewer discharge into the Little Chute system. And also it appears that they're paying a 25% surcharge on top of that, with the anticipation that that waste was causing damage to the system.
So your understanding is a Village of Little Chute has been receiving compensation for damage caused to their system from the landfill.
That's my understanding.
Thank you. You also made reference that you would like to make a response to Mr. Schramm's rebuttal testimony regarding how the intercept rehabilitation project increases capacity in the system. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Before we move on to that, there's just a couple of phrases that I don't, maybe it's just me, but I just wanted to clarify. There's the Outagamie County Recycling and Solid Waste Department that's referenced in the Exhibit 18, but there was also mention of the Tri-County landfill. So can you just define those terms? I may be confused by if the landfill is the actual physical place, is that called Tri-County landfill? Is that what you meant to say?
So my understanding is that there's a tri-county agreement. This particular landfill is located in Outagamie County. This is the Outagamie County landfill, as you stated. It's part of a larger system where actually 3 different counties contribute waste into different landfill sites. At this time, they're contributing into the Outagamie County landfill.
Okay, so the Outagamie County landfill, that's the one in question. That's the one that leaches into the sewerage system we're at issue in this case.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Great. Thanks. And then the reference to leachate, the leachate disposal agreement, is that only involving the Outagamie County landfill or other landfills in the system?
My understanding is this would be just the Outagamie County landfill. That's the one that discharges to HOVMSD.
Okay.
And then to HOVMSD.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead. Sorry about that interruption.
Your Honor, we would like to offer and have accepted into evidence Newmeyer Exhibit 18.
Yeah, any questions about that? Just the offer itself. There were no objections initially, but now that we've heard some more, I did have a question about the competency of the witness. If witness Newmeyer could just explain his background vis-a-vis knowledge of the Outagamie County landfill process, how it's setting fees, and his understanding of its relationship with Little Chute seemed to go beyond the document. It seemed to be important information, but I just wanted to get foundation as to where how he formulated that understanding, if he has experience with that.
My understanding is just based on location of the Outagamie County landfill, the fact that Kaukauna does contribute waste to the landfill, and that Outagamie County sets tipping fees for depositing waste in the landfill. The municipalities pay those tipping fees. And then my understanding of the collection or leachate system is mostly based upon HOVMSD discussions and this document.
Okay, and I'm sorry, those are discussions you were involved with personally?
No, at an open meeting.
Okay, so you're reviewing of your attendance in an open meeting of the HOV commission.
Correct.
Okay.
Your Honor, I might be able to provide a little more.
Yep.
Mr.
Go ahead.
Newmeyer, routinely attend meetings of the Heart of the Valley Commission.
Yes, regularly, every month.
And how long have you been doing this?
Approximately 2 years.
And does the Outagamie County landfill come up in discussions at the commission?
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, well, we have a little more information. So at this point, I'm going to accept Newmeyer 18 and we can move on. Thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. Going back, you referenced that you would like to address response to Mr. Schramm's rebuttal testimony regarding the capacity of the interceptor system.
Yes. Mr. Schramm in his rebuttal seems to contradict the earlier HOVMSD witness testimony, acknowledges that the interceptor project will increase the capacity of the interceptor, and then classifies the increase as modest, or it'll increase modestly the capacity of the interceptor. And he provided an Exhibit 8, HOV Schramm 8.
And have you had a chance to review Exhibit Schramm 8?
Yes. So in looking at that document, I had some concerns with how it was, the flows were calculated.
I understand that you are proposing to offer into evidence Exhibit COK Newmeyer 19.
Yes.
Could you please describe Exhibit COK Newmeyer 19 and its relation to Exhibit Schramm 8?
Yes, and bear with me, I might get a little in depth here. Exhibit 19 builds off of what Mr. Schramm's Exhibit 8 provided related to the pipe capacity of the HOVMSD interceptor. So using the same formula that Mr. Schramm used in the same pipe full conditions, it recreated a summary of the example design numbers, table 19A. It was to be a recreation of what Mr. Schramm was presenting as reinforced concrete pipe flows and flow capacity.
I'm going to interrupt you. Could you describe capacity for a minute when referring to an interceptor system? What does that term mean and how should we understand it?
So it's the amount of flow that the interceptor can convey, typically seen in million gallons per day. So not necessarily a static capacity of how much water can this section of pipe hold if you plug both ends, but how much water can be conveyed through the interceptor pipe.
Thank you. And how does that relate to then your Exhibit 19? And please continue.
Yes, so I did create or recreate, again, using Mr. Schramm's equation and his coefficients that he used. But what I noticed was that the N value, the Manning's roughness coefficient, so a coefficient that's in this equation that helps account for the roughness of the pipe wall. So if water is flowing through and it's a rough surface, it doesn't flow through as nicely as if it's a smooth surface. So that's where that Manning's N number comes into play. I noticed that in Mr. Schramm's HOV interceptor project specifications manual, he directs the contractors to certify that the pipe hydraulic capacity shall not be reduced below the capacity of the existing host pipe. Use a Manning's N value of 0.015 for the existing host pipe. So Mr. Schramm example used 0.013, as the roughness coefficient. So saying it's smoother than what he's directing the contractors to use in their equation. And while 0.013 is acceptable in design standards, it appears to me that through the project specifications, and I would agree that we're talking about a rough surface, a rough interior surface of a concrete pipe, which makes sense. That's one of the problems with the pipe is it's being corroded, so you have a rougher surface on the inside. Mr. Schramm's specifications say to use a value that would equate to a rougher surface of that 0.015. However, his equations on this example provided an exhibit 8 used a Manning's N of 0.013. So in table 19A, the first blue column is that Manning's number N showing 0.013 and how that relates to the end, the capacity or the flow of those various sections of pipe in million gallons per day is the second blue column at the end. I do want to point out one difference in that table versus Mr. Schramm's table, and I think it's due to rounding on one party or the other. But the 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7th row down in the last column under million gallons per day, we had a difference. Mr. Schramm's exhibit showed 29.4 million gallons per day. My exhibit shows 29.3. So just wanted to point out that there was a difference there. I believe it's attributable to rounding, just to get that on the table.
What is the outcome when you're looking at the new pipe versus the existing pipe and the change to Schramm made as well? How does the new pipe increase capacity?
Yes. So if we go to, I guess first stepping back, when I make that correction or use the specified value from the SMS project specifications for this project, talking about the existing reinforced concrete pipe and using an N value of 0.015, that's showing in table 19B what that does to the million gallons per day transported. So if you think about it, it makes sense. The million gallons per day to be able to convey through those sections of pipe is decreased because that roughness value is higher. So you're seeing that using the 0.015 Manning's number in that second table. Then when we look at what does that mean, we have to look at what this project is going to do. And looking at the project, there's two things that we need to change in this equation to see what that new design capacity is going to be. And that's number one, we're inserting a pipe through the existing pipe. So when you insert that pipe, and then also you are creating a new pipe inside of that reinforced concrete pipe, that new pipe has to have a wall thickness. So we're reducing the diameter of the pipe we're talking about, the new cured in place pipe that's going to be inserted as part of this project. We're reducing that diameter, that reduces the cross-sectional area, so there's less room for water to go through that pipe. And according to Mr. Schramm's documents, that liner thickness is going to be about 1 inch for the new cured in place pipe. So you have 1 inch on each side of that diameter. So you're shrinking that pipe by approximately 2 inches. So if you refer to tables 19C and 19D, the diameters of the pipes that we're looking at there, and I'm trying to simplify, just looking at what's specific to this project, the pipe sizes that are specific to this project, or mostly to this project, would have been the 36, the 42, and the 48 inch pipes. So I did isolate just those three.
I'm sorry, could you restate which three that you have isolated on this table? On table 19C and 19D?
19C and 19D, yep, those are the existing 36, existing 42, and existing 48 with the cured in place pipe inserted, that diameter shrinks to 2 inches less. So now they're shown as 34-inch diameter, 40-inch diameter, and 46-inch diameter.
Thank you.
So we're reducing the cross-sectional area of that pipe. The second important note that we need to look at when we're looking at the future design or the design flows here is the smoothness of the wall. So we're going from a rough concrete pipe to a smooth cured in place pipe. And that reduces that Manning's number, again, using Mr. Schramm's number of design number of 0.011 inserted into the first green column in both tables 19C and 19D. And then the second green columns, the cured in place pipe, the flow capacity based on those two changes. So we're shrinking the size, but we're putting in a smooth wall pipe. And it shows what the difference in, it shows what the total million gallons per day through those sections could be. So you can see a comparison there with in table 19C comparing with Mr. Schramm's original exhibit numbers, and in 19D comparing with my revised or corrected Manning's number based on the specifications in the project of 0.015. So you'll see those inserted into the table.
So I have to say that I'm glad I'm not an engineer, but could you break this down for us and what that means for the increase in capacity from both using Mr. Schramm's number and using the corrected number based upon the bid specs, and what that means for actual capacity and ability to provide greater capacity within the pipe?
Yeah, so the extension on the table, on both of those tables listed as increased capacity, is kind of that real world, what do these numbers actually mean? So we look at the first table 19C comparing Mr. Schramm's numbers, and in the increased capacity, the next column after the blue, increase in capacity flowing million gallons per day. You can see those numbers are fairly small, 0.2, 0.77, 1.6. Those
I'm
sound
sorry,
like,
can you say those numbers again? Fairly small.
yes, 0.20, 0.77, 1.61. Seem like small numbers, but those are millions of gallons per day that can flow through that pipe. So what does that actually mean in real life? So that's what I wanted to look at in this table. So I looked at, okay, if we were talking about a new residential subdivision, I used some design standard numbers, 100 gallons per day per person to estimate the flow. And then also we had a peaking factor in that design flow 4 times. So 400% of that average person per day flow. And we look at what that means. So we have an increase of 0.2 million gallons per day. That could actually serve another 502 people, or in the next column over, approximately 167 homes. Those numbers are not huge for the 34-inch pipe or the new 34-inch CIPP, but as you do make your way down, you can look at the 46-inch, so the rehabilitated or replaced 48-inch pipe can increase to serve an additional 4,000 plus people. So that's bigger than the village of Combined Locks. And we look at the numbers dictated by the project specification in table 19D, you see what that little difference makes. And now we're talking about adding additional population of somewhere from 5,000 in the upstream portions that are 36-inch to up to 13,000, almost 14,000 people that could be served due to this increase in capacity. So over 13,000 people, that's again, looking at the last table 19 as for comparison, that's more than the population of Little Chute. So I don't consider that to be a modest increase. That seems like it's significant, and it should be accounted for, that we're replacing a 50-year design life pipe with a new 50-year design life pipe. That pipe, whether it was intentional or not, has a smoother inner wall. It makes sense to replace it the way they're replacing it. I don't argue with that. But I think we need to acknowledge that there is additional capacity, as stated by Mr. Schramm, and I disagree with his classification as modest. I think that's a significant increase that should be noted.
Thank you. Do you have any other responses?
No.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Newmeyer is available for cross-examination, Your Honor.
All right.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Your Honor. I would like to submit Exhibit COK Newmeyer 19 into evidence.
All right. Yes. Any objections?
No objection.
All right. That's in. Thanks. Okay. So cross-examination. The HOV. Any questions?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Newmeyer, you're familiar with the Heart of the Valley Interceptor project that we're here discussing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. As part of that Interceptor project that Heart of the Valley is undertaken, is the length of the interceptor expanded in any way?
Not to my knowledge.
Are you aware of any geographic locations not presently served by Heart of the Valley that will be served by Heart of the Valley as a result of the Interceptor Improvement Project?
Only future considerations for being able to expand due to increased capacity.
So that's a no. You're not aware of any that will be served as a result of this project?
No, not directly.
No, thank you. Mr. Newmeyer, I'd like to refer you to your direct testimony, direct COK Newmeyer 2. Go to the top of the page. All right. Mr. Newmeyer, on lines 4 and 5, you state you're responsible for the oversight of the planning, installation, inspection, and maintenance of Kaukana's collection system. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you mean by that?
My position oversees the capital planning. So what projects are we going to undertake to maintain our collection system? I oversee the project planning and installation. My department oversees the inspection of the same, and then we also oversee the maintenance operations. So we don't do the maintenance operations, but we are overseeing that.
Okay, so with that, when we're talking about the system, are you referring to the city of Kaukana's own wastewater system?
Correct, our satellite sewer collection system.
Now, are you aware of, well, were you present for Mayor Penderman's testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe he stated that the city of Kaukauna will be billed for the debt allocation for the HOV Interceptor project. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding based on HOV correspondence, yes.
Okay. And your attendance at those meetings, correct?
Yes.
And the city of Kaukauna intends to pass whatever those ultimate interceptor costs are along to its ratepayers as part of their sewer rates. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are Are you aware of what the present rate the city of Kaukauna charges for sewer services?
Not exactly, no.
Okay. If I said it was $8.75 per 100 cubic feet, does that sound correct?
I think you're close, yes.
All right. Is that a uniform rate for all users of the city of Kaukauna sewer system?
To my understanding, yes.
Do you believe that rate is fair?
Based on the projects that we complete, the charges from HOV and the I&I reduction that we're trying to accomplish, I think that it's adequate to cover our maintenance and system, yes.
Do you
Let me
believe
just
that?
interject, the I&I, can you just explain that acronym, if it's an acronym?
Sorry, Your Honor, yes, inflow and infiltration, so that's groundwater or surface water that would get into the sanitary sewer system. We're trying to reduce that and lower our flows.
Okay, thanks. Everyone understands that but me. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you believe that by charging a uniform rate for sewer service, the city of Kaukauna is discriminating amongst its ratepayers?
No,
And would you agree that the rate, the sewer rate the city of Kaukauna is charging is a volumetric flow rate?
yes,
And to be perfectly clear, that volumetric flow rate covers costs that the city of Kaukauna is charged by Heart of the Valley.
yes,
Okay, I'd like to refer you to, again, page 2 of your testimony, lines 18 through page 3, line 2. Could you take a minute to review that?
okay,
I thank you. So, you state in that section that I just referenced, the reasons why you believe that HOV's volumetric allocation method that it has elected to use to allocate debt service costs as part of the HOV Interceptor project. You state why you believe that those rates are unreasonable and unjustly discriminatory as applied to the city of Kaukauna, correct?
yes,
Okay. And one of those reasons is because it's the city of Kaukana's position that approximately 25% of the flow that the city contributes or discharges to the wastewater treatment plant discharges directly to the plant. Is that correct?
discharges directly to their plant facility site, yes,
Okay. And the other reason why you believe these rates are unreasonable and unjustly discriminatory as applied to the city of Kaukauna is the fact that Kaukauna only uses approximately, as you stated, 20% of the interceptor.
yes,
And by 20% of the interceptor, you're referring to distance, correct?
lineal footage as it states.
So basically that boils down to the fact that Kaukauna is the closest member city to the wastewater treatment plant, so its sewage travels a shorter distance. Is that the city's position?
It's conveyed a shorter distance than the other communities.
Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And it's conveyed a shorter distance because Kaukauna is physically closer to the wastewater treatment plant, correct?
Geographically speaking, yes, yes.
Okay. And that section there, page 2, line 18 through page 3, line 2, would you consider that a summary of the city of Kaukana's position in this matter?
I'm sorry, where was the end of that limit?
Page 3, line 2.
Yes.
I'd like to refer you to Exhibit 11 of your testimony. We could take a look at the first page, Your Honor.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Newmeyer, do you recognize page 1 of Exhibit 11 to your testimony?
Yes.
Now, these cost allocations that are present on page 1 of Exhibit 11, did you perform these calculations?
It was done on a computer program, but yes.
You were in control of the computer program when you were
Yes, sir.
using it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'd like to talk specifically about method 3, which is defined as reach method, comma, total flow through the interceptor. Is Kaukana's position that it would like method 3 to be adopted as how the HOV interceptor debt service cost should be allocated?
We're showing that as one example of how it could be allocated to more closely reflect the level of service or the services rendered as part of this project.
Okay. And that would result in Kaukauna paying about 1.9 million based on the projected costs of the project. Is that correct?
I'd just like to point out, I think there was a correction to this exhibit. 14, thank you. So if you refer to exhibit 14, there was an error found in the Excel spreadsheet. So that number is different than what we were just talking about.
Okay, can we pull up exhibit 14?
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So as corrected under that method 3, it'd be approximately $2.23 million that the city would pay under method 3. Is that fair to say?
Somewhere in that area, yes.
Okay. And then that cost, that 2.23 million, as you stated, that would be distributed to the city of Kaukana's own sewer utilities ratepayers, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to refer back to exhibit 11.
Okay, give me a second here.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, I think it's right here. There we go.
Okay.
Made it easier.
I'd like to refer to figure 1, which is 2 pages down.
Make this smaller so you can see the whole map, but if you want to zoom in on something, we can do that too.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Mhm.
Mr. Newmeyer, do you recognize figure 1 that's in Exhibit 11 to your testimony?
Yes,
Okay. Now, would you agree that figure 1 shows the HOV interceptor divided into 5 what are termed reaches?
yes.
Did you create this document?
It was put together as part of our team. I did not personally create it.
The city of Kaukauna
City of Kaukauna.
created this document?
Yes, the notations of the reaches over the top of an existing SMS document.
I'm sorry, asset.
SMS.
Oh, SMS.
And, just to be clear, clarifying acronyms, that's Strategic Municipal Services.
Yes, thank you.
So Reach E, is it your position that all of the city of Kaukauna sewage discharge into the HOV interceptor system occurs in that Reach E?
Yes,
And as depicted on the far right side of it, there's initials WWTF. Do you know what that is?
wastewater treatment facility.
Okay. And that would be the treatment plant that HOVMSD has. Is that correct?
Correct. That's
Okay.
where meter station 6 and 9 would be at that wastewater treatment facility location. as shown.
Okay. Now, I notice meter station 9 is not depicted on this document, correct?
Correct.
But it's the city's position that meter station 9 is, approximately at the wastewater treatment plant, correct?
Correct. It's on their facility site.
Mhm. All right. So would you agree that the city of Kaukauna discharges wastewater to the HOV interceptor and or plant at 5 different geographic locations along Reach E?
Objection, that and or is not clear.
I'm sorry, who's saying that?
Attorney Jared Walker Smith here.
I apologize. Thank you. And what was the objection? I'm sorry.
That phrasing of the question as and or is not clear.
Thank you.
I'll rephrase.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Newmeyer, would you agree that the city of Kaukauna discharges wastewater to the interceptor or the wastewater treatment plant at 5 different geographic locations along Reach E?
Two points, not along Reach E because some of it is at the wastewater treatment plant. And then in addition, there are at least 2 customers that discharge directly into the HOV interceptor.
Okay. 2 customers discharge directly into the HOV interceptor?
Correct, with the approval of HOV past construction projects.
Okay. So is it fair to say the city's position is that it discharges wastewater at 3 different geographic locations along Reach E?
I could see meter station 10. Then there is a residential facility just downstream of meter station 10. There's meter station 5 south, meter station 5 north, and then a industrial or commercial user just downstream of meter station 5 north that discharge into reach E. And then we have the 25% coming from meter station 6 and 9 going directly to the wastewater treatment facility.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm specifically asking, does the city of Kaukauna discharge from its wastewater system at 3 different geographic locations along reach E?
Your Honor, objection. This is cumulative evidence. It's been asked and answered.
It has not been answered.
I think the answer is simple. Let's just have him answer and we can move on.
Including the 2 facilities that discharge directly, I see 5.
Okay. There are 3 depicted on the map, correct?
There are 3 meter stations depicted on the map in that reach, yes.
And the meter stations are where the city of Kaukauna discharges its wastewater to the HOV interceptor system, correct?
The majority of it, yes.
Okay. Would you agree that meter station 10 is the farthest from the wastewater treatment plant?
Yes.
I'd like to refer you to Newmeyer Exhibit 10.
Okay.
All right. Do you recognize this document, Mr. Newmeyer?
Yes.
Okay. Kaukauna meter station subbasins, and we have, would you agree, 5 color-coded geographic areas on an aerial map of the city of Kaukauna?
Yes.
Can you take me through what those colors, what the indications are on this map?
Sure. This was a 2011 representation of the approximate meter station subbasins. So this is the area generally depicted in those colors that discharge to different meter stations from the HOV.
So we see an area that appears to be highlighted in blue. Forgive me if we disagree on colors, but MS10 is typed above that. Does that depict the geographic location within the city of Kaukauna that drains to or discharges to meter station 10?
Approximately based on 2011 mapping, yes.
And that would be true for the purple area. For that area, it discharges its wastewater into the interceptor at meter station 5.
Again, correct, based on approximate 2011 mapping.
Same question for the green area that would discharge to meter station 5N.
Correct, same answer.
And it would be the city's position that the red area, which discharges to meter station 6, discharges directly to the treatment plant, correct?
It is pumped from our lift station directly to the wastewater treatment facility, yes.
And similarly for meter station 9, it's the city's position that that yellow area, which discharges to meter station 9, ultimately discharges directly to the HOV wastewater treatment plant. Is that correct?
Correct, from meter station 9 directly to the plant, yes.
like to go back to Exhibit 11, Figure 1. Please.
Before we move off the screen here, I just was curious, it looks like there's some handwriting on this document. I don't know if the witness can just explain what the DNE signifies. I think it's in the MS9 area.
Yes, those were some notes from an internal meeting. DNE does not enter.
Ah,
And
okay.
also the number 9 above, stating meter station 6 and 9 sub-bases do not enter them.
Got it. Thanks. Okay, sorry. So Exhibit 11, you want to move to?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Figure 1, please. All right, Mr. Newmar, in light of our recent examination of Exhibit 10 and, referencing Figure 1 in Exhibit 11 for you now, is it fair to say that only part or only some of the City of Kaukauna ratepayers discharge their wastewater into the HOVMSD interceptor system through meter station 10?
Yes.
And the wastewater discharged into the system at meter station 10 travels the entire length of reach E. Would you agree?
Yes.
And the wastewater discharged into the HOVMSD interceptor system at meter station 5S, would you agree that does not travel the entire length of reach E?
Yes.
Same question for MS5N. Would you agree that that wastewater that discharges at MS5N does not travel the entire length of reach E?
Yes.
And again, it's the city's position that wastewater discharge at meter station 6 and 9 don't travel any length along reach E. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, is it your position that rates based on the costs of service have to account for the distance traveled or the distance that wastewater travels to reach the wastewater treatment plant?
For the municipal wholesale customers, yes.
But not for the city itself.
Not for retail customers, no.
And why is that?
That was my understanding based on current practices for when it is appropriate to look at distance involved. Also, the fact that we're dealing with 5 municipal customers versus thousands of retail customers in the city of Kaukauna.
But you would agree that the city of Kaukauna knows where its retail customers discharge their wastewater and where it enters the HOV interceptor system, correct?
Generally speaking, yes.
So it is calculatable where each individual wastewater customer enters. Their wastewater enters the HOV MSD interceptor system.
It could be calculated, yes.
I'd like to refer you to your rebuttal testimony. To go to page 6. And I'd like you to review the first full paragraph there, lines 4 through 14.
Okay,
Now, you state at one point that Kaukauna's flow from MS6 and MS9 directly to the WWTP would not be impacted unless a catastrophic failure inundated the WWTP. Do you recall that?
yes,
So if there were a breach in the HOVMSD interceptor system occurring under the Fox River, would that be something that could inundate the WWTP?
I don't know that I can answer that question directly, but I believe it would.
So then you would agree that a interceptor failure that would occur upstream of meter station 10 could inundate the wastewater treatment facility. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. I think the answer's been mischaracterized.
Well, he's free to clarify.
Yeah, go ahead. You can answer.
I believe it could. Possibly, yes.
Would you agree that HOVMSD's interceptor system is a gravity sewer system?
That's my understanding of the system.
Now, you've mentioned in your testimony that you were that the most expensive portion of the HOVMSD interceptor project is that occurring from approximately manhole 8 to manhole 16. Is that correct?
Can you point to that in the testimony so I can reference that, please?
Sure. Sorry, I'm on your rebuttal. Okay, this is on your direct testimony, page 13. Excuse me, page 12, starting at line 18, on to page 13.
Okay, I'm at that location.
So is it your position that the most expensive portion of the project is that which takes place under the Fox River?
That's what that testimony is stating, yes.
And you agree that that portion of the interceptor that's under the Fox River, if there were a breach there, it's possible that it could inundate the system and the wastewater treatment plant, correct?
It is possible.
And if that possibility occurred, there's a breach under the river, the system floods. Would you agree that the city of Kaukauna would lose sewage service?
They could.
Your Honor, I don't have any further questions from Mr. Newmeyer.
All right. Any other cross for this witness?
Your
Yes.
Honor, Attorney Kaler has a question.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Mr. Newmeyer, I'm Attorney Kaler representing the village of Kimberly and the village of Little Chute. I refer loosely to this project as a liner project of the existing interceptor. Is that a close enough description of it, in your opinion?
I would refer to it as a cured in place pipe installation.
Okay, and what's the purpose? What's the purpose of this project, in your opinion?
To rehabilitate the HOVMSD interceptor and also the adjacent structures that are part of the project.
At least a primary purpose is to either retard or prevent further corrosion of the existing concrete pipe. Is that correct?
That's my understanding based on HOVMSD testimony.
So the purpose of this project was not to increase pipe flow capacity for any one of the members, was it?
That's not a stated reason for the rehabilitation, no.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Any other cross?
Yes, Your Honor. Commission staff just has one question.
Go ahead.
Mr. Newmeyer, referring to your rebuttal testimony on page 15, the lines 18 to 23, and then the first few lines of page 16, you discuss the potential thoughts of past Kaukauna leadership members. I'm just curious if you have any further basis for those statements or any further insight into those past decisions with regards to the interceptor.
I don't. I can only speculate to what the decision making was at that time.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. The witness is stating that speculation is that
Part of that paragraph or part of that reply is yes, is speculation.
so can you just identify which part? You have page 15, line 16 starts the current Kaukauna leadership and staff were not part of the decision-making team in 2007.
Yep, right on line 18 after that, I start with it is possible that city representation at the time. And at that point, it goes into my line of thinking why it may have been treated the way it was.
Okay. And that does that end on page 16, line 2?
Yes, correct.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure we clearly what do we call that? I had a computer virus was quarantined on my computer, not my work computer. Don't worry, whoever if IT staff is watching this. But so let's just quarantine that section of speculation at this point. No one has objected to its entry in the record, so I just wanted to note for the record that it is speculative.
Thank you.
Any
Yeah.
other cross? All right, so do we have redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Newmeyer, is a retail collection system like the City of Kaukauna's comparable to a wholesale wholesale customer system like heart of the valleys?
No, it's not.
Do you believe that the Kaukana's prior submitted testimony adequately addresses this distinction?
Yes.
Going to figure 1 of Newmeyer 11. Would you say that since the time this map was prepared, the city's understanding of the heart of the valley system as a whole has expanded and increased?
Yes.
And would you classify manhole 1 located on the wastewater treatment plant site as part of the interceptor system or as part of the wastewater treatment plant?
I believe it's a critical part of the wastewater treatment plant.
And is any wastewater discharged by meter station 6 or meter station 9 conveyed by the interceptor?
No.
Could discharge into a municipal customer's collection system upstream of Kaukauna, whether that's high strength water or something else, impact other municipal customers and the wastewater treatment plant's ability to treat wastewater?
My understanding is that, yes, it could.
Is Heart of the Valley or any municipal customer is Heart of the Valley or other municipal customers responsible for wastewater discharge into a municipal customer's collection system?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes, I'm sorry. Is Kaukauna responsible for any wastewater discharged into upstream municipal customers' wastewater collection system? Let me rephrase that. Do you have any control over wastewater discharged into an upstream municipal customer's collection system?
No, I do not.
Do you have any control over the maintenance of that system?
No.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor. Okay. So I did notice something that may need some clarification. Trying to think back exactly where we are on this. There was a question that Attorney Nelson had asked with respect to the failure of the interceptor and it inundating the wastewater treatment facility. And there was also sort of a caveat or maybe a qualifier that the witness had referred to. Just trying to find this here. It was related to sort of blocking any break in the interceptor. And in terms of HOVMSD's line of questioning, if the interceptor had experienced a breach under the river, what's Kaukana's position on curing that breach with what he called the block? I mean, can you explain what this block is and how it would be implemented? I guess that's kind of more directly what I'm asking.
Yeah, let me find it in my testimony first, and
Sure,
then
yeah, I would appreciate that.
Page 6, line 7.
Yes, okay, I think you're referring to rebuttal testimony, page 6, starting at the end of line 7.
Yes, that's right. You called it it could be plugged. A larger failure upstream could be plugged. Could you explain what you mean by that and if it would be possible to do in the situation that was presented in the past questioning?
Yes, the constructability of it, I would not be an expert on, but the theory would be that if there was a catastrophic failure of the interceptor pipe upstream of Kaukauna, where we're talking about in the river, theoretically, that pipe or portion of pipe could be blocked off or that flow could be stopped. At that point, Kaukana's flows could enter back into the interceptor because we are downstream of that break. So we could continue to use that interceptor after that portion was blocked or plugged.
Your Honor, I'd object to that answer because the witness began by saying that he didn't have the qualifications to answer it and then spoke in theory. I don't think it's illuminating on the point, and there's no foundation for the speculation.
Your Honor, he did say constructability of the interceptor here.
Constructability of the plug, that's what he's talking about, or the?
Yeah. Mr. Neumeier?
So I think it's a little bit too vague, or it's just an example. So if
Can we
Yeah, I'm going to overrule the objection. It's let's just go. We can clear this up. I mean, his testimony is that a failure upstream could be plugged. So if he wants to explain what he meant by that, let's just have him do that. So can you explain what you mean by a plug and how it would be plugged?
Sure, maybe I could give you an example. If there was a failure in a sewer line, that break is where the water would inundate the system. If we could excavate and either insert a plug in a downstream manhole from there, so inserting a plug to block the flow from upstream, or dig up, cap off, block off, plug, however you want to phrase that, where that break was, the remaining system downstream is still usable. That's what I was getting at, that the location of that break does matter. And
Okay.
the rest of the system could still
So
be
a
used.
location under the river that was broken there, where would you put the plug?
Again, I think that's getting too big into the details and we don't know what the break would be. I think that is too speculative, but
Okay.
any downstream manhole in theory could be plugged and the rest of the system could remain functioning downstream of that break.
Okay. All right. And the plug itself, do you have any understanding of what that would be?
Yeah, again, situationally,
It has to
could
be,
be an inflated air-filled plug. It could be an actual pipe cap. It could be something created in that particular situation for that particular situation. So just something to stop the flow is what I would refer to it as.
okay. And okay, I think the rest, I don't think I can ask you, although it's piqued my curiosity. So, all right, I'll have to leave it at that. Okay, so any other question? And I think, so we still have HOVMSD witnesses can now, if they wish to address this issue, can do that when they take the stand. But do we have any other questions related to the line of questioning I just brought up?
None from the city, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I have one question based upon the redirect that took place about the word wholesale for Mr. Neumeier.
Yeah, this is kind of a interesting twist in the whole case. I don't know, is this new facts to call what we're calling these entities, or I don't think we've classified these entities as wholesale, retail, or, and I had a question for HOVMSD's characterization of municipality versus customer. Seems to be like we're getting a little confused about that terminology. Is it fair to use the term wholesale in this situation? Is there a basis for doing it? Is there a wholesale contract? This is, I guess, a question for the attorneys more than anyone at this point.
Your Honor, our experts have, particularly Mr. Standard, have looked at this situation similar to a wholesale situation. You have 5 municipal customers of Heart of the Valley. The 5 municipal customers are Heart of the Valley's customers for purposes of billing, for purposes of use of the system. Each municipal customer, like in a wholesale situation, operates its own collection system and handles its own billings of its individual retail customers. So in that manner, it's similar, but it is not it's not a critical naming convention here at this point.
So you're not placing any legal significance on the term wholesale customer versus retail customer.
No, I would say
we
yes.
are. It's to the, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
It's to the extent that those categorizations are comparable to the situation that we have here, and to the extent that our experts and our existing testimony have made those connections.
Okay, that seemed to be more of in a practical sense, just as a way to conceptualize the relationship.
And Your Honor, I'll let Attorney Kubsa address this further.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I believe retail customer means service to the end user. So in this case, the end user, or maybe it was the beginning user, is the individual residents in the city. They are the retail customers. We are only providing service to those retail customers. We are in that middleman situation. So we are wholesalers. And I believe we have used that terminology consistently throughout. I'd have to scan everything, but it has always been our position that this is a wholesale situation. And it does have some legal importance as far as how the commission has looked at the issue of cost averaging in the past. Cost averaging seems to be typical in a retail situation. It is not necessarily typical in a wholesale situation. So for us, the wholesale distinction is important. And we believe we have raised it all the way through.
Yeah.
I would have to search our testimony to see.
Your Honor, may I respond?
Well, I just wanted to point out that I do see it now in the city of Kaukauna testimony. It just didn't raise to my attention as being an issue. But yeah, I'll let you respond. I just wanted to so I just wanted to get some clarity, Attorney Kubsa. You're saying that the municipalities who are getting served by HOVMSD are wholesale customers vis-a-vis the wastewater treatment service to the retail customers within the municipalities, the individual retail customer who is generating the waste.
Yes, our position is we are a wholesale customer of Heart of the Valley Metropolitan Sewage District, and we are a retail provider to the residents of Kaukauna.
Okay. Any response, Attorney Nelson?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's our position that the city of Kaukauna is a municipal member of the Heart of the Valley Sewerage District. There are 5 municipal members. City of Kaukauna has already testified that Mayor Penterman recommends the appointment, and it's ultimately confirmed by the Allegheny County Executive that they have a vote. Mr. Sundelius on the commission, they're a decision maker. They participate in these decisions. This is not comparable to a wholesale customer. It just isn't. They're a municipal member. They participate in the decisions. It's not the equivalent of customer relationship.
Okay, thanks for
Your Honor. I also have a comment, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
In a traditional sense of wholesalers and retailers, typically a wholesaler buys a product at a certain price and marks it up for a profit to be sold at retail. And I doubt that these members are profiting on a price change from what they get from HOV to what they transmit to their residents.
Okay, yeah, thanks for that. And I think in the context of utility, well, I guess commission doesn't set these rates, but where we're setting wholesale rates or approving wholesale contracts, we're looking at the cost basis, but in other contexts, with other services. But I guess that's another question. Is there a contract for service between HOV and each municipality, or some sort of joint agreement where they're being labeled as users or wholesale takers of service? How, I don't know if we have that kind of information. What, do we have a legal, something that defines these relationships in a legal document? Or is it just the fact that they're all meeting in, it's part of the commission and it just flows through from past practice? Is there?
Your Honor, I would say that it's really the statutes that govern here. I mean,
Okay.
a Metropolitan Sewage District is a statutorily created entity, and the commission's jurisdiction has to do with a customer who brings a complaint over rates, rules, or practices. And the city of Kaukauna is a customer that has brought those. And I mean, if the issue is now whether Kaukauna is actually a customer or not, that is a totally new issue. So I think the question about whether we're a customer, it's already been accepted. We are a customer.
Okay, and that's kind of what I was wanted to raise with HOV related to its use of the term member, and maybe it's just that the fact that they think these things were put together in a certain way in certain testimony where it becomes more apparent. But there's I did have a comment here. Hang on just a second here. Yeah, I think the way HOV has used the terminology did raise the issue for me as to what was being implied by the use of the term member and customer. I think in the past it had been using the word customer and then sort of switched kind of midstream. And I didn't know if there was significance to that.
We have used, Your Honor, member throughout. We have not used customer. I can identify a few areas in which the testimony from City of Kaukauna uses various terms. To the extent that we've ever used, customer was either quoting or not intended. It's been our position throughout. If you go back to our initial filings in response to this and our responses to questions from the commission, that jurisdiction over this is an issue. We do not concede that the city of Kaukauna is a qualified user able to bring this complaint, but more additionally, it's a customer is just not comparable to someone who has a deciding voice on things like rates as well. So,
if I may, Your Honor, I agree with Mr. Nelson for the reason that customers typically have no control of the supplier or manufacturer of the services being provided. Members are more closely aligned with the term owner because they basically own and control the operation. So I see member as a much more relative description of the position of these people or entities than I see it any connection to the term customer.
Right.
Your Honor, we remain on
Who's speaking? I'm sorry.
Attorney Jared Walker Smith.
Thank you.
Since we remain on Mr. Newmeyer here, I believe he can provide some additional information regarding Heart of the Valley's sewer use ordinance and how the municipal customers are defined.
Okay, let's just go off the record for a second. I just want to make sure I we address everything that I was thinking of. And I did have a note about the use of customer versus municipality in one of the filings. That's where it kind of came up for me. And I'm just trying to make sure I find it so we can put it to rest.
I think if I can help, Your Honor, the discrepancy that you might be referring to is in the direct testimony of Mayor Penterman. To the extent that he refers to member municipalities.
Yeah,
I don't think that it's exclusive between being a member that you created this. The 5 communities created this statutory entity in that form, and under Chapter 200, they're members of that. But that does not mean that the service that's being provided to them is not being provided in a customer relationship. I mean, that's typical. Creation of the entity, they're a member for the purposes of creating the Heart of the Valley Metropolitan Sewage District. They're a customer when they have the role of receiving service from that Metropolitan Sewage District. The 2 terms are not mutually exclusive.
Okay, now we're off the record. But yeah, I can't find the actual citation that brought this up to me, but I think if we can, so we'd still have a question pending from the villages, and we can address that. I think, I don't know if we can read that back. It's pretty far back from when we started. But I think that raising that may give us an opportunity to have the witness present what was implied, that there may be some solution to this based on ordinances that are available.
Well, to the extent that we're going to do this, Your Honor, this might be better coming from, if they're Heart of the Valley's ordinances, we have Heart of the Valley witnesses here.
Well, that's fine. I think I don't see why we can't give the city a chance to present their side of it, and then we can take it from the Heart of the Valley as well. But and it was a question that we heard from, I think it is a question on cross at this point for the current witness, but
Judge Newmark,
yes.
this is Commissioner Casper from HOVMSD. Just as a point of clarification,
Yes.
the 5 member communities were not all forming members of HOV. There were only 4.
Okay.
Darboy Sanitary District was a contract customer until they bought in to adopt full membership as part of a voting membership as part of HOVMSD. I just want to make that clarification.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so have you gotten any? It would be Attorney Kohler's last question.
Oh,
Do you want me to repeat it?
No, I think let's no.
Can you give me like a, oh, hold on.
About the use of the term wholesale.
Right. I said I had a question about the word wholesale, and then it moved into dialogue after that.
Oh, you didn't even ask it. Okay. Or maybe that's the problem. Okay, so yeah, why don't we have you go ahead and ask the question you were intending to ask?
Back on the record?
Yeah, let's get back on.
Okay, this is to Mr. Newmeyer. Why do you use the word wholesale? Explain that.
Sure. In my eyes, it would be that the HOV is billing the city as a wholesale customer. The city then invoices their retail customers. As Attorney Cubs has said, that's the end user. We are merely passing that cost along for the treatment of sewage as part of their sewer rates.
So you're not marking up that cost with a profit to the city when you bill your residents and users in the city, is that correct?
Not for a profit, no, but it is higher due to other factors that go into the sanitary sewer utility.
So in other words, the wholesale price and the retail price are really the same number, right?
I don't quite understand the question. I think I made my point that yes, we have additional monies in that invoicing to the retail customer for I&I reduction for administrative purposes, but not to create a profit.
But those additional charges are not something that are directly connected to the price you pay to HOVMSD, correct?
Not directly, no.
Thank you.
Okay.
Your Honor, if Mr. Neumeier may raise.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful if you could add some information about what you have to support your contention about using the term wholesale, and then the other parties can present their side of it if they wish when their witnesses appear.
Yes, and I guess my point was going back to a point you raised, distinction between customer and municipality or municipal. The HOVMSD's sewer use ordinance uses both interchangeably. There's a definition that a district customer shall mean a city, village, town, sanitary district, or utility district, or county, state, federal agency, which is billed directly by the district for sewage service provided. So that's a definition that they use as a district customer. They also use a term of municipality or community, and it's a very similar definition in their ordinance. Shall mean a county, city, village, utility district, town, sanitary district, state agency, or federal agency that is served by the HOVMSD sewage system and which is billed directly by the district for such sewer services. So I believe they use both terms interchangeably.
Your Honor, we would like to put this in as an exhibit. It can be provided after the hearing, and it is directly the Heart of the Valley Sewer Use Ordinance available from Heart of the Valley.
Okay, so it's the current ordinance? Is that what we're talking about?
Correct. I went directly to their website to read this.
Okay. So if we mark that Neumeier 20, that would be coming in. I don't think we need to. It would be a post-hearing exhibit. We wouldn't need to file it with a request. I think you're requesting it here in person, but there would be an opportunity should this document not represent what it's being alleged to represent right now. There'd be an opportunity to object to it at that point. But besides the fact that we get the document correct, are there any objections to offering the as Neumeier 20, the current HOVMSD ordinance?
May I ask one question about that first, Your Honor?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
For Mr. Neumeier, is the word wholesale or wholesaler used in that ordinance?
Oh,
I did not search the entire ordinance.
But they're referring to customer, not wholesale customer, correct?
I believe the term is district customer.
Your Honor, if it.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm just asking, is there any objection to the document entering the record, the ordinance document?
No objection from Heart of the Valley upon verification that it is the current ordinance.
Right, okay.
No objection from the villages.
No objection from staff.
All right. So thanks. And I think we probably could have used that. I think it's good that we'll get it in of it now at this, better late than never, but yeah, I'm glad that we're doing it. The other, I just had a quick question along these lines. Is there any, so the ordinance is the entire relationship between the customer relationship between HOV and the municipalities? There's no contract for service at this point with any of the members?
There's no contract, Your Honor, and we can get into this a little bit with Mr. Casper.
Okay. Well, if you can clarify it, then that's fine. So, okay, great. Thanks. And I think when we do that, we can just talk about current state of affairs, but okay, so that's the ordinance. Is there any number or reference number I can just so we know we're getting the right document? Like maybe the data was effective or.
We're checking that, Your Honor.
I'm
Okay.
showing a revised date of October 2020.
Okay, great. So that's what we'll expect. So our typical process is that post-hearing exhibit would come in with a request to offer the exhibit, and then there'd be a 3-day period to object. Like I said, we can forego the actual filing of a request, but if you just take the 3 business days to object, or if you want to agree to it, you can file that sooner. But if I don't get an objection in 3 working days, then I'll accept the document. Okay, so that'll be Newmeyer 20. Anything else for Newmeyer?
Not from the city, Your Honor.
Not from Heart of the Valley.
Not from the villages.
All right.
Nothing further.
Okay, thanks. So you're excused. Thanks.
Thank you.
So do we have questions for Stannard?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're going to call him. Okay. Which we'll probably get into some more details, I'm sure. So, currently there's no cross for Stannard.
Your Honor, while you're looking, I wish to advise that Kent Taylor has joined the hearing and it will be available if needed.
Okay, great. Thanks. So at this point, let's break for a half an hour. We'll reconvene at 1, and we'll start with Stannard, and then we'll continue. Right.
54 out.
Hello, it's me. Hi, I'm sitting in my office at a video trial. We're on break. I'm more or less a bystander because the Heart of the Valley Sewerage District is handling most of it. So anyway, I saw that little thing. We're gonna get 77 bucks. Totally. Right. Rip off. The rip off. I know. Rip off. Right. I took a picture of it. I don't even think we need the original, do we? Right. Well, no, I can't come home. We start up again at 1 o'clock. I'd like to, if I can get out of this trial,
Hey, Mr. Kohler, you're still broadcasting. Yeah, you're still broadcasting here over the Zoom.
Sorry.
All right, it's 1 p.m. So let's get back on the record. I believe we have City of Kaukana's last witness, Stannard is next. Is that
Yes,
right?
Your Honor, thank you. I would like to call William Stannard to the stand.
All right, let me
Okay,
swear you in.
I'm sorry, who was talking?
Oh,
I'm sorry. When you guys speak in the room, it doesn't always come on right away, so I'm apologize. I keep asking.
Apologize for that. I think at this point, if you hear someone speaking from here and it's a male voice, it will be me. So
Okay.
hopefully that makes it easier.
Okay, sounds good.
well, let me swear you in, witness Stannard. Raise your right hand. Yep, there you go. Look like you're like wondering, why is he asking? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, great. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Stannard, please state your name for the record.
It's William Stannard, Stannard.
By whom are you employed and what is your position?
I'm employed by Raftelis Financial Consultants. That's RAFTELIS Financial Consultants. And my position is Chairman Emeritus and Executive Vice President of the firm.
On whose behalf are you testifying in this proceeding?
On behalf of the City of Kaukauna.
Did you submit written direct testimony in this proceeding on January 23rd, 2024, rebuttal testimony on February 6th, 2024, and surrebuttal testimony on February 14th, 2024?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes you would like to make to that testimony?
Yes, after my review of that testimony, I do have several changes I would like to make.
Go ahead.
And if I can start with my direct testimony dated January 23rd, 2024, on page 8, line 3, the opening quotation mark should be placed before the immediately preceding word "the," and the quoted "the" should be capitalized. So it would start with a capital T on "the," and that's the quote. And then with regard to my rebuttal testimony dated February 6, 2024, the words "final decision" should be replaced with the word "interim order" on the pages and line numbers of page 9, line 11, page 9, line 21, page 10, line 6, and page 10, line 18. And I'd also like to withdraw my exhibit COK Standard 8, since that interim order is available on the public facing ERF system of the commission.
Thank you. Any other revisions?
No.
As revised, is your submitted testimony true and correct?
Yes, it is.
Did you submit exhibit standard 1 through 7 and 9 through 11?
Yes, I did.
And are you offering those to be entered into the proceedings today? Entered into the record?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Have you reviewed the surrebuttal testimony filed by Heart of the Valley witnesses in this proceeding?
Yes, I have.
Do you have any response to the surrebuttal testimony that has been submitted in this case?
Yes, I do.
To whom do you wish to respond?
Witness DeMaster, Christine DeMaster.
And what responses would you like to make to the surrebuttal testimony of Christine DeMaster?
Well, maybe in general, I was concerned about the mischaracterization of my testimony, but I have covered that in my rebuttal and surrebuttal testimony, some of those issues with regard to mischaracterization.
Do you have a response to Mr. Masters' characterizations of Kaukana's core arguments related to the analysis of why Heart of the Valley's volumetrics cost allocation method is unreasonable and unjustly discriminatory?
Yes, I do. And certainly on pages 1 to 4 and on page 11 of her rebuttal testimony, Mr. Master, I believe, mischaracterizes my testimony in a manner that really appears to designed to confuse the central and straightforward nature of the issues before the commission. And since she argues that unless Kaukauna proves that the reach method is the only reasonable method, that Kaukana's arguments and complaints fail. And I believe that this is simply false.
How would you characterize your testimony and Kaukana's core arguments?
I believe that the adopted HOV's adopted volumetric cost allocation methodology for this interceptor project is unreasonable and unjustly discriminatory as it applies to Kaukauna, because its results in the imposition of a rate that is unreasonable, unjustly discriminatory, and really greatly disparate from the cost of service.
Now, Mr. Master has raised whether a rate is per se reasonable or unreasonable. Are methodologies reasonable, or I'm sorry, she's raised whether methodologies are per se reasonable or unreasonable. Are methodologies reasonable or unreasonable on their face?
No, I don't believe so. I don't believe there is a per se reasonable or unreasonable method. It's really dependent upon the specific facts of how the method is applied that really matter in the determination of any rate, and certainly a cost of service based rate. Consequently, a method that produces unreasonable and unjustly discriminatory rates under a specific application would indicate that the method itself in that application, in that situation, is unreasonable and discriminatory.
What is your opinion of a methodology that does produce a reasonable cost of service based rate?
I think in this case, one of the things that I believe really is informative is the 1980 order in which the Public Service Commission of Wisconsin.
Your Honor, may I object? This seems to be outside the scope of responding to Sir rebuttal.
Yes, Your Honor. Heart of the Valley has consistently tried to reframe, including their Sir rebuttal, our core arguments and what Mr. Standard has said. I think it's only fair that Mr. Standard be given a chance to put on the record a response to those mischaracterizations and clear up any sort of discrepancy that Heart of the Valley is trying to put into the proceedings.
Okay, but to what extent is he repeating his prior testimony? He can reassert well, he hasn't withdrawn his prior testimony, so he really doesn't even need to reassert it. However, I think he did reassert it already on the stand. So to what extent do we need to add anything else?
Your Honor, I think it will be useful for Mr. Standard to review the methodology argument that Heart of the Valley has questioned. What is a reasonable methodology or unreasonable methodology? Is there one set methodology? And establishing the basis for Kaukana's arguments in this arena.
Again, Your Honor, this has been done through testimony. We don't need to repeat it.
Yeah, I don't think reviewing the testimony is necessary at this time. The extent he wanted to add something that's responsive to something specific in Sir rebuttal, we can hear that. But in terms of getting a general overview or just a generalized response, I think we understand what the argument of the city is and need not be repeated at this time.
All right, Your Honor. Mr. Standard, give me 1 minute. I'm just going to refer to Mr. Masters' rebuttal here.
Okay, let's go off the record for a minute. Just let me know when you're ready.
Mr. Standard, Your Honor, I'd like to go back on the record.
Okay, great. Yeah, back on the record.
Thank you. Mr. Standard, could you please refer to Mr. Masters' rebuttal testimony on page 11? And specifically, I'm looking at lines 16 through 19, in which she says, paraphrasing initially, Kaukauna's argument presumes that the only reasonable way to allocate the interceptor costs in this situation is by using the reach method or another similar method, and that any method that does not arrive at a similar result is therefore unreasonable and unjustly discriminatory. In viewing the reach method, how would you classify the reach method in relation to the review of what method results in an unreasonable and justly discriminatory rate?
I believe consistent with the 1980 order by the commission with regard to the original investment in the interceptor project, where they described, and I'll just paraphrase, that the reach method provides reflects the cost of service for each of the member customers or municipal customers, in that it reflects the cost related to the portions of and segments of the interceptor actually used by those customers. I think that provides a benchmark determination of what cost of service could be determined for this proceeding.
Thank you. Mr. Standard, did you hear the cross-examination questions asked of Mayor Penterman and Mr. Neumeier?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any response to the discussion on what the definition of wholesale and retail is?
Well, in my experience, more than 40 years of advising water and wastewater utilities throughout the United States and Canada, the definition of retail and wholesale is a common discussion component and a factor that's considered in rate setting, as well as cost of service analysis. In effect, while there's not and I don't recall there being an actual definition in guidance manuals with regard to what makes retail, what makes wholesale, but really what I look at is retail service providers that have a direct relationship with the individual residential and commercial customers of a system. They are for water, they're the end user. I think for wastewater, they're the beginning user. So that's the source of the wastewater that is collected by the retail service provider. And then if they do not do their own interceptor and treatment within their own system, they are purchasing that service from another entity, which in this case would be an entity like HOV, which provides, in effect, wholesale service to the 5 member customers of HOV.
So would you classify the service provided to Kaukauna as a wholesale service by Heart of the Valley?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor. Mr. Standard's available for cross-examination.
All right, do we have questions?
Very briefly, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Mr. Standard, wouldn't you agree that it's unusual for a wholesale customer to be involved in the setting of its own rate?
It's not, I've seen many examples of it, but it's not So when you say unusual, say, since there are some that are involved in the overall governance of the systems, I would say that it's not common, but it's not uncommon.
And you're aware that you were present for Mayor Penterman's testimony, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that he indicated that he requests that the Outagamie County executive appoint a resident of Kaukauna to sit on the HOVMSD commission?
Yes.
And you're aware that that commission sets sewer rates?
Among other things, that's one of their responsibilities, yes.
And you're aware that the Heart of the Valley Commission is ultimately makes a decision on how to allocate debt service for the interceptor project?
That's their response. That's one of their responsibilities, yes.
And you would agree then that Kaukauna has somebody on the commission representing its interests?
Yeah, they do have a representative, yes.
So in that sense, the city of Kaukauna is involved in setting the rates, correct?
In that sense, yes.
I'd like to refer to your rebuttal testimony. Specifically, page 9. Page 9 from line 8 through line 17. Can you take a minute to review that?
Yes, I've done that.
Okay. Now, in your answer to the question beginning on line 8, you're discussing the final decision in docket 9300 SI 115, known as the Fox River Fiber case. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, Mr. Standard has corrected this testimony to indicate that he's referred to the interim order.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So with that, is it fair to say that the quote you have there, is that from the interim order or the final decision?
The interim order.
Okay. So the quote is the commission finds that the principle of cost average is unreasonable when developing rates for unique customers who utilize dedicated infrastructure and who generate flow and extra strength parameters that can be readily measured. It goes on from there, correct?
Correct.
And you've corrected your testimony, but that's an accurate quote, correct?
That's from the interim order, yes.
Okay, fair enough. Now, you would agree that the city of Kaukauna doesn't utilize dedicated infrastructure like Fox River did, correct?
Not to the same, not, yeah, I mean, they use segments of infrastructure in a similar way, but not exactly like Fox River.
Okay. But Kaukauna, you are aware that the city of Kaukauna discharges, based on its own position, discharges into the HOVMSD interceptor at 3 meter stations, 10, 5S, and 5N, correct?
Yes, during that that bottom reach of the interceptor before it enters into the wastewater treatment plant facility.
Okay, so Kaukauna is discharging wastewater into infrastructure that's not dedicated, correct?
That's correct.
It's communal infrastructure, it's HOV's infrastructure, correct?
It's HOV's infrastructure, and it's also used by the other 4 of the 5 member customers.
Mhm. Correct. I don't have any further questions for Mr. Standard, Your Honor.
Okay, thanks. I just need a minute here. Trying to find that interim order on Earth. I'll be honest, I did not realize we were referencing an interim order and not final.
Your Honor, the PSC reference number is 200761.
Great, thanks. Okay, yeah, thanks for that. Okay, all right. So any other cross for the witness?
Not from the villages.
All right, so let's have redirect.
No redirect, Your Honor.
No. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I think that's all we need. So thanks, you're excused. And before we move on, I just wanted to point out the comments that I have for filing for the city. Were there any questions on those before we move on to another party?
Yes, Your Honor, I appreciate the chance to ask these.
Okay.
When refiling Mr. Standard's testimony, would you like all of the references to exhibits and other testimony updated to how we refer to the city? So the order of COK rather than city references?
You might as well, since if you're refiling, then update as much as you can.
Okay.
So yeah.
And in referring to the revised exhibits, I believe the facilitating matters order has an R without a dash, and I believe your email indicated it should be -R. Could you clarify whether we should be using an R or a -R in our refilings?
Refilings of which type?
Of the exhibits.
Exhibits do not have a dash. So it's just, so Newmeyer would be, and Newmeyer would be Newmeyer -10R. That's an
Okay.
example.
And with that, also, would you like the exhibits labeled to 0, 1 as shown here rather than just 1?
Yeah, that would be great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Usually don't require that, but since you're doing it, refiling, might as well stick to the new changes. Yeah, that's fine.
Right. And then I think the final question is, you said for the exhibit, there would be no dash, but for the testimony, is there a dash?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That would be the, I think, distinction I was missing. No further questions on the exhibits.
Okay. So I was just curious and we can do this off the record now. The Newmeyer 15, there was I was confused. Maybe it's, again, just my problem. That happens a lot. But these pages just didn't seem complete in some way, and it looked like that these may be titles to the tables, but they just got moved on to the wrong page. So I don't know if that's something that can be corrected in a
we will double check that. I believe that this might have been a PowerPoint presentation.
Okay.
This might have been a slide with a heading, but we will verify that this is in fact how the PDF appeared.
Okay. Yep. Yeah. So whatever you have on the document, just make it what you file either way.
Okay.
If you wouldn't mind just emailing me what you found, or I guess if you're not going to refile, just let me know by email, so I know you've looked into it.
Will do, Your Honor.
Otherwise, the other comments for the city were refiling for citations. I think that was all that was necessary in the. Oh, and then do you understand the asterisk and plus sign?
Yes, Your Honor.
Notes at the bottom. Okay. Also the Rafthalis report. I know it's embedded in your petition, but to have it stand out under, or it's, yeah, I think it's embedded in your petition, but to have it stand out as a standard 2, and that would be for all parties. So I think that might really apply to HOV more than anyone. Just to pull that out of your testimony and cite to the report as standard 2. Okay, so that's okay. So let's move on then. So we're done with the city's witnesses, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
You know, I did want to mention one thing before we move on. I just want to make sure we're on the same page when we get to this issue of user, municipality, wholesale, customer, and I think I just got rid of what I was going to refer to. Okay, well, I just want to be sure. It looks like looking at the petition and the response, and let's go on the record for this if we're not, yeah. So looking at the petition and the response to the petition, the complainant alleged that city is a user of the HOV system. And then in response, the respondent denied that to the extent it's a legal conclusion, and didn't answer because it was involved a legal conclusion, and denied to the extent it raised factual allegations. Now, I'm just curious about that because in our issues list for the case, we don't have an issue as to whether Kaukauna is a customer or a user as it applies, as that term applies to the relevant statute. To the extent that there's factual issues that need to be explored about that, we should have made that an issue on the issues list and had a presentation of those facts in testimony. We've kind of hit on that a lot here today, and I don't really see that there's very much of a factual dispute in the case as of yet. So seems to be like there's a disagreement in how to use that term, its legal effect. But and we do have the ordinance, which I think does provide a definition, which is useful, and we can review that. And once we get that ordinance in the record, we can review it, and hopefully that'll dispel questions about this, at least the factual issues about it. But if there are facts that we need in order to decide the legal issue as to whether Kaukauna is a user, it would be useful to get that in now, and to the extent that we can stipulate to something and not have to investigate the factual allegations on this, that would be good too. But I just want to raise it and provide you the opportunity, to the extent we could do it today, to investigate the facts necessary to make that decision if we don't already have them on the record. I mean, in my mind, it appeared, because it's not an issue in the case, that maybe we had moved on from that as an issue that needed factual investigation. But if I'm wrong, I'll give people the opportunity to present that today. So just wanted to put that out there. So with that, let's move on to Heart of the Valley.
Your Honor, could we offer one thing? This is Lori Kupsa. We assumed that issue was no longer in the case. We did not put in any testimony. We did not evaluate that issue going forward. We thought that was a done deal. And we would have significant concerns if now we're held to having needed to put in testimony on that issue or facts. We have not even considered that. So I don't want to have the fact that we don't offer factual testimony in that issue at this hearing at this point to now be held against us. If that is still an issue in that case, I think we need another round of testimony.
Yeah, and I don't know to what extent it is a fact. There's factual findings that need to be made. So if it's a legal argument and we can use the record we have, that's fine. I don't see, and like I said, it wasn't included in the issues list. So I do see your argument as a fair one. Do we have any response from the other parties?
Yes, Your Honor. In our response, this is for Heart of the Valley. We did not concede. We expressly denied that Kaukauna was a qualified user pursuant to the statute, and do not concede that point today. Jurisdiction is an issue, and we've asserted that from the beginning. To the extent that Kaukauna brought this case, and we asserted jurisdiction as an issue in our response. I think the facts that have been provided are more than sufficient to make a strict legal determination on this. I don't think there's any further need for testimony. It's a pretty specific and discrete issue.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, I don't believe jurisdiction is waived, similar to civil court. So I mean, if someone wanted to argue Mission lacks jurisdiction in its briefs, it could do so. To the extent we needed to find facts about that, should have been in the issues list, and we would have had testimony on that. So you're stuck with the record we have at this point in order to make those claims. But we'll see. I mean, we could always come back and do more if we need to. So we're not precluded from curing this if necessary, in case there is an objection to what ends up being argued, in that there wasn't time or a process provided for a fair exchange of information. So be aware of that. But I think in terms of the strictly legal argument, based on the facts we have and the facts we do receive, jurisdiction can still be argued. I mean, I think you're running up against the fact that the commission did decide to open the docket, but I don't think it did not conclude anything in terms of what it's the final decision is going to be on and what basis it's going to make it. So I don't think that's going to be a problem that we need to address.
Your Honor.
Yes.
One comment. I join in Attorney Nelson's remarks for this reason. I think there's been ample testimony around the subject of all these titles we've given all these entities, these parties. We all know what they do. We all know what they do separately and what they do with each other. So I don't see a need for further testimony either from that perspective.
Okay. Yeah. And I think, the record is what it is right now, and we'll see how we proceed from here. But like I said, then everyone's bound to those facts. Okay. So at this point, then let's move on with HOV's witnesses. Who do we have first?
Heart of the Valley will call Brian Helminger.
Okay, see you there. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, as soon as I get my microphone on.
Good job. Okay, thanks.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Helminger, where are you employed?
Heart of the Valley Metropolitan Sewerage District in Kaukauna, Wisconsin.
And what's your position with Heart of the Valley?
I am the district director.
Are you the same Brian Helminger who submitted direct testimony in this matter on, let's get the date correct, January 23rd of 2024?
That is correct.
And on whose behalf do you offer testimony in this case?
On behalf of Heart of the Valley.
Have you had an opportunity to review your testimony?
Yes.
Do you have any changes you want to make to your testimony at this time?
No changes.
Have you had a chance to review the exhibits attached to your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And you have 3 exhibits that you're offering with your testimony, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to stop you. Off the record, you're getting an echo on your end, witness Helminger.
Turn the volume down. Oh. All right, try that.
No.
One moment.
That's right.
Why don't we try that?
That sounds good. Great. Perfect. Okay, go ahead.
Is the testimony you're offered true and accurate based on your review?
Yes, it is.
And at this time, would you be offering that testimony into evidence?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd offer Mr. Helminger's testimony and the 3 exhibits into evidence in this case, and I don't have any further or specific questions to Mr. Helminger.
Okay. Just wanted to double check, witness Helminger, are your 3 exhibits complete and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks. Okay, yeah, I can receive those. Thanks. Any, not expecting any cross, but is there any cross for witnesses, for this witness?
No cross-examination from the city, Your Honor.
No cross.
All right. Thanks very much. You're excused.
Thank you.
Okay. Your Honor, we will call David Casper.
Just adjust your name here. All right, I'll swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. Casper, what is your position with Heart of the Valley?
I am the president of the Heart of the Valley Sewerage Commission.
And are you the same David Casper who offered direct testimony in this matter on January 23rd, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And did you also offer rebuttal testimony in this matter on February 14th, 2024?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to review your direct testimony?
Yes.
Is your direct testimony true and accurate based on your review?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any changes or corrections to your direct testimony?
No.
Have you had a chance to review your rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Is your rebuttal testimony true and accurate based on your review?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'd like you to, can we draw up on Mr. Casper's rebuttal, page 3?
Sure.
And then and on line 16, Do you see a reference to the word, and this is in the question, do you see a reference to the word branch?
Yes,
Okay. In your response to that question, was it your understanding that that word was meant to be reach?
yes,
Okay. Would you be requesting a change at this time on page 3, line 16, the word branch to reach?
yes,
Are you requesting any other changes to your sewer rebuttal testimony?
no,
Did you have an opportunity to review the exhibits you offered in this case?
yes,
And I believe there were 2 exhibits. Is that correct?
yes,
Okay. In your review of these, were these exhibits true and accurate based on your review?
yes,
And at this time, are you offering your direct testimony, sewer rebuttal testimony, and exhibits 1 and 2 to your testimony?
yes,
Okay. Your Honor, I'd offer Mr. Casper's direct, sewer rebuttal, and exhibits at this time.
All right, they have been verified, so I'll receive those.
Okay. Mr. Casper, have you been present for all the testimony today?
I have,
Okay. And specifically, were you present for Mr. Newmeyer's testimony?
I was,
Okay. And there was discussion at that time of the relationship of the municipal members, as Heart of the Valley refers to them, or the municipal customers, as the city of Kaukauna refers to them. Were you present for that discussion?
I was,
Now, I believe there was a point where you interjected or offered a clarification on the number of original municipal members of Heart of the Valley. Is that correct?
yes,
Right. And who were the original municipal members of Heart of the Valley?
the city of Kaukauna, the village of Little Chute, the village of Kimberly, and the village of Combined Locks.
And is it accurate that now the Darboy Sanitary District is a municipal member of Heart of the Valley?
It is now.
Okay. Prior to Darboy Sanitary District being a municipal member of Heart of the Valley, are you aware what the relationship of Darboy Sanitary District was to Heart of the Valley?
They were a paid contributor to the system. They had a contract with HOV and the village of Combined Locks to allow wastewater to flow through portions of the village of Combined Locks and HOVMSD sewers to receive treatment at the Heart of the Valley Metropolitan treatment plant located in Kaukauna.
And does Heart of the Valley have contracts with its municipal members currently?
I'm not aware of any specific individual contracts formulated between HOV and the individual communities.
I'm sorry.
It's my understanding that
I'm sorry, sir. Excuse me. You broke up there. I'm not aware of any specific individual contracts formulated between
the HOVMSD and the individual communities. I believe the relationship was formulated in the initial contract agreements that were put together in 1974 or 5, I'm not sure, but that's way before my time. And I am assuming that there was a relationship elucidated in those documents, but I have never seen those documents personally.
Are you aware whether HOV has any contracts presently with private sewer customers?
No, I am not.
Okay. With that, I don't have any further questions from Mr. Casper, Your Honor.
Okay, and I just guess I just need a little clarification on the last set of questions about contracts. Are the contracts that you're referring to still in effect?
I don't understand the question.
Are they still valid contracts between HOV and the municipalities?
I think I testified that I wasn't aware of any individual contracts between us and the individual cities, communities. What I indicated is that if there are contracts, I have not seen them, and they may have been part of the initial contract agreement that was formulated when the district was formed. To my knowledge, we don't have individual contracts with clauses in them to form an agreement between us and any of the members that contribute wastewater to our wastewater plant. We have an overarching ordinance that spells out the responsibilities and rights that we have, but no individual contracts.
Okay, so your understanding is that the ordinance controls your relationship, the relationship between HOV and the municipalities.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks. All right, do we have any cross for this witness?
The city of Kaukauna does have some cross for this witness. Hello, Mr. Casper. My name's Lori Kubza. I'm an attorney for the city of Kaukauna. And I have just a couple questions for you. You are from which community?
I live in the village of Combined Locks.
Combined Locks. And Combined Locks is a member of part of the Valley Metropolitan Sewage District, correct?
That is correct.
Yes. Do you by any chance have standard Exhibit 7 in front of you, which is the PSC's 1980 decision?
No, but I believe I will have as soon as it's on the screen.
You see it there?
Yes.
And did Combined Locks bring a complaint against Heart of the Valley Metropolitan Sewage District in 1980 based upon this exhibit?
The first line that I'm looking at says that on April 12th of 1979, the villages of Kimberly, Little Chute, and Combined Locks filed a complaint. So I believe the answer to your question with regards to the fact that they filed a complaint is yes. I think it's a different date than you just elucidated.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying. In this case, Combined Locks was a complainant. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are they similar to the situation Kaukauna finds itself in now?
Objection, vague.
If you could reword that question, please.
In your view, is Kaukauna a complainant similar to what Combined Locks was in 1979?
I don't know that the complaint that was filed in 1979 has anything to do with the matter before us now.
Putting aside the issue of the basis of the complaint, would you agree that Combined Locks was complaining as a customer of Heart of the Valley Metropolitan Sewage District?
Yes.
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
I think we got the answer.
Yeah, I think we have the witness's understanding of that question is fine, whether it's legal or not.
Thank you. That's all questions I have.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for witness Casper? No? Any redirect?
Cross, Your Honor.
No? Anybody? No? Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So you're excused. Thanks very much.
That, Your Honor, the city will, or excuse me, the Heart of the Valley will call Mr. Master.
See you there. Patiently waiting. You've been on the screen the whole time. Do you swear or affirm? Tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
All right. Go ahead.
Mr. Master, can you state your full name for the record?
Christine DeMaster, DE_MASTER.
And where are you employed, Mr. Master?
Trilogy Consulting LLC.
I'm sorry,
Trilogy.
Trilogy.
LOGY
Thank you.
Consulting LLC.
And what was your position at Trilogy Consulting LLC?
I'm a co-owner and consultant.
Are you the same Christine DeMaster who submitted direct testimony in this case on January 23rd, 2024?
Yes.
And you're the same Christine DeMaster who submitted rebuttal testimony in this case on February 6th, 2024?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. And you also submitted rebuttal testimony in this case on February 14th, 2024. Is that correct?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review your direct testimony in this case?
Yes.
Is your direct testimony in this case true and correct upon your review?
I have one minor change to make on page 23 of my direct, line 4. The correct reference to the PSC docket should be 9300-SR-103. Other than that change, it is correct.
Okay, and just to confirm, that was page 23, line 4?
Correct.
Okay. Have you had a chance to review your rebuttal testimony submitted in this case?
Yes.
Upon your review, is your rebuttal testimony true and accurate?
Yes.
Are you requesting any changes be made to your rebuttal testimony at this time?
No.
Have you had the opportunity to review your rebuttal testimony in this case?
Yes.
Is your rebuttal testimony true and accurate upon your review?
Yes, except for 2 minor corrections that I need to make.
Can you describe what those corrections are?
Yes, on page 7, line 19, I have 2 references to page 5 of Mr. Stannard's rebuttal testimony. Those should be changed and corrected to refer to page 2 of his rebuttal testimony. And then on page 8, lines 11 and 12, I have references to Mr. Stannard's rebuttal testimony at pages 5 and 6, and those should be corrected to read pages 2 and 3.
Thank you. Apart from those 2 corrections, are you requesting any changes to your rebuttal testimony at this time?
No.
Have you had the opportunity to review the exhibits that have been offered as part of your testimony in this case?
Yes.
And would you agree that you've offered 11 total exhibits as part of your testimony?
Yes.
In your review, did you determine that those exhibits were true and accurate?
Well, I believe it was noted on this exhibit list that my exhibit 11 was filed with a label of being exhibit 1, so that will need to be corrected. I did have a question too. I wasn't able to read Judge Newmark's comments regarding, I believe it's my exhibits 5 and 6. So I would like some guidance on what, if anything, needs to be done with those.
Oh, looks like I can chime in and help you on that. So DeMaster 5 includes hyperlinks.
Okay.
Like reading it right. So let me just check this. Found them the first time. Well, if they do include, oh, there's one. Yeah, so it doesn't matter if they're alive or not anymore. That used to matter in the old days, about 3 months ago. But the fact that you have a link here to make it easier for everyone, whenever you see a link, in whatever form it is, just add to your cover page the disclaimer that the link is not offered as evidence. There's specific language. I believe the FMO has a specific language you can put in there. And let me see, I probably meant to do the same thing for Exhibit 6, but wrote it wrong. So let me, yeah, I think, yeah, so there's links in this document as well. So your Exhibit 6 will need the disclaimer as well on the cover page.
Okay, apart from the notation that you made with regard to the labeling of Exhibit 11 and the required the inclusion of statement regarding hyperlinks on Exhibits 5 and 6, is there any other concern you have with your exhibit, or do you consider them true and accurate?
No concerns. I do consider them true and accurate.
So understanding the refiling that will occur, Your Honor, with that, we'd offer Mr. Masters direct rebuttal, surrebuttal testimony, and exhibits 1 through 11.
Great, thank you. Yes, I'll receive those and expect the corrections. All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Master, have you been present for all the testimony today?
Yes.
Okay, and you were specifically present for Mr. Neumeyer's testimony, is that correct?
Yes.
When it was displayed, did you have the opportunity to see Exhibit 18 related to the Outagamie County landfill?
I did.
And did you hear Mr. Neumeyer's testimony with regard to the relationship between Little Chute and the Outagamie County landfill?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And do you have any response to his testimony with regard to Little Chute's relationship with the landfill and how it should interact with HOVMSD?
I just have a general comment about this issue of ammonia, if I may here. You know, that's been testified by the city's witnesses that past ammonia discharges to the interceptor have caused corrosion of the interceptor, which has led to the need for this project. And I'm obviously not an expert on the interaction of ammonia with an interceptor, but with regards to rate setting, the question here is how future costs, specifically debt service for this interceptor project, will be recovered from users over the life cycle of that financing. So that'll be coming from future wastewater flows to the interceptor. So I guess my general comment is that I wouldn't see past ammonia discharges to the interceptor as being relevant to setting future rates.
With that, Your Honor, I have no further questions for Mr. Master.
Okay, and the witness is available for cross. Do we have any cross?
No cross-examination from the city, Your Honor.
Okay.
No cross. None from the village.
All right, thanks very much. Okay, thank you. You're excused.
Next, Your Honor, the Heart of the Valley will call Scott Schramm.
There you are. Raise your right hand once you're unmuted. You guys got to switch those mics around, I guess.
Just did.
Perfect. Yeah, sounds good. So thanks for checking on that. All right, I'll swear you in. So raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great. Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Schramm, where are you employed?
Strategic Municipal Services.
And what's your position at Strategic Municipal Services?
President, lead engineer, and land surveyor.
Okay. And on whose behalf are you offering testimony today?
Part of the Valley Metropolitan Sewerage District.
And are you the same Scott Schramm who previously offered direct testimony in this case that was submitted on January 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
And are you the same Scott Schramm who offered rebuttal testimony in this case that was submitted on February 14th, 2024?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to review your direct testimony that you submitted in this case?
Yes.
And is your direct testimony true and correct upon your review?
Yes.
Are you requesting any changes be made to your direct testimony at this time?
No.
Have you had the opportunity to review your rebuttal testimony
Yes.
that you submitted in this case?
Yes.
And is your rebuttal testimony true and correct upon your review?
Yes.
And as part of your direct and rebuttal testimony, did you submit exhibits into evidence?
Yes.
And in total, did you submit 8 exhibits with your testimony?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to review those exhibits?
Yes.
And are those exhibits true and accurate upon your review?
Yes.
All right, with that, Your Honor, we'd offer Mr. Schramm's direct rebuttal and exhibits 1 through 8.
All right. Yeah, like I mentioned at the beginning, they're all in the record, but for the verification. So now they're in.
Thank you.
That's it. So do we have questions for this witness?
Briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Schramm, have you been present for all the testimony today?
Yes.
And specifically, were you present for Mr. Neumeyer's testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, can we draw up Neumeyer Exhibit 19? It would have been the one offered today.
Yes. That'll take me just a second here. Here we go.
Okay. So this is a, without the cover page, 2-page document. So we'll work through it, Mr. Schramm. But did you have the opportunity to examine this document when Mr. Neumeyer was addressing it?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you hear his testimony with regard to flow?
General conversation, yes.
Okay. Do you have any responses to his comments with regard to the cured in place pipeliner increasing the capacity of the interceptor?
Chris, can you repeat it? The message was a little scrambled on our end.
Okay. Do you have any response to Mr. Neumeyer's testimony regarding the cured in place pipeliner increasing the capacity of the interceptor?
The gist of what I was understanding John to be explaining was that the selection of the Manning's number affects flow,
Okay.
and that we're increasing.
We'll have to go off the
pipe
record for a second.
capacity.
Hang on. Sorry, you cut out right at the beginning of your statement. So you were just explaining your understanding of the testimony, and then you had a brief blip there. So if you could go back for
Sure.
us.
I'll just repeat it.
Yeah. Thanks.
I was listening to the general ideas that John was presenting in the tables, and the gist of what I was hearing John say was he was describing how the Manning's N number relates to increasing flow in the pipe equations. And the general argument was that we're significantly increasing the pipe capacity through the CIP liner. That was kind of the gist of what I was hearing John say.
And do you have a response to that?
In general, the whole purpose of the rehabilitation project and the installation of the CIP liner is not to increase pipe capacity, is to protect the existing infrastructure for at least the next 50 years. And an added benefit of that is there is a modest increase in the flow based on the existing and the CIP pipe conditions. As far as the table that we had provided in the sewer rebuttal testimony, that was an exhibit that was used for a facility plan amendment with the DNR for clean water funding. And the whole point of that table was simply to demonstrate that at the end of the day, the cured in place pipe basically has the same capacity as the original RCP. That's a requirement by contract. That was the key, that was the general context of using that table.
And when you refer to that table, are you referring to your Exhibit 8?
Correct.
Right. As part of the HOV interceptor improvement project, is the HOV interceptor being physically lengthened as part of the rehabilitation?
It is not.
Is the HOV interceptor as part of the rehabilitation serving any now unserved geographic areas?
No.
Your Honor, with that, I have no further questions for Mr. Schramm.
All right. Any cross?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Schramm, I would like to refer you to your Exhibit 8. Let me know when you've got that in front of you.
Is somebody going to bring that up? Or?
All right, looks like we have it on the screen. So, Mr. Schramm, I want you to please look at the section titled Examples RCP, where
can you see the screen version?
Okay.
And let's just go off the record for a second. It may be helpful if the David Casper, if you guys turned your video off, because I think you're sharing the same connection, that might just facilitate, I think, maybe Scott's computer working a little better. At least something we can try anyway. There we go. Thanks. So let me just confirm, Witness Schramm, you can see the Exhibit 8, your Exhibit 8?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, yeah, go ahead.
Right.
Yeah, in general, we can see the text is small, but I'm familiar.
All right, under the Examples RCP, is the referenced 18-inch pipe at its location in the interceptor system designed to serve the city of Kaukauna?
The examples that we had in there were not really site specific, especially for the 18. It was just, the table is a template table that we use in cases like this, that we can look at examples under different pipe size, slope, and Manning's conditions to look at pre and post pipe capacity. That's how this tool is used. The 18-inch that you're referencing is not a specific example for Kaukauna.
All right, then I would like you to refer to Exhibit Schramm 2, please. On Exhibit Schramm 2, do you see the interceptor as marked out?
Yes.
All right. So on Exhibit Schramm 2, is the interceptor between manholes, and I apologize, I don't know which is the furthest upstream, 60A or 60B, and manhole 29 or meter station 1, is that designed to serve Kaukauna?
Can you please repeat? You cut out.
Yes. Is the interceptor in the location between manhole 60B and manhole 29 designed to serve Kaukauna?
No.
Is the interceptor between manhole 29 and manhole 26 designed to serve Kaukauna?
No.
Is the interceptor between manhole 26 and manhole 16 designed to serve Kaukauna?
Can you repeat, please? You broke out.
Is the interceptor between manhole 26 and manhole 16 designed to serve Kaukauna?
16 is at the west edge of the city of Kaukauna corporate limits. So in general, west of 16 is generally not intended for use by Kaukauna. 16 is right at the corporate limits.
If looking at this, manhole 16, is manhole 16 located in the village of Little Chute? Looking at this map.
Please repeat.
He says it's.
Is manhole 16 located within the village of Little Chute as shown on Exhibit Shram 2?
Yes, it is.
Is the interceptor between manhole, and it's a little messy down there, but the southern, is it interceptor between meter station 4-7 and manholes 39 and 39A designed to serve the city of Kaukauna?
You broke again. Please repeat.
I'll repeat and I'll rephrase. Is the interceptor between manhole 4-7 and manholes 38 and 38A designed to serve Kaukauna?
In general, no. Structures 43 through 39A are in the city of Kaukauna corporate limits.
Were those constructed or rehabilitated during an earlier project under which there is a 2005 agreement? Let me actually rephrase that. No.
Yes.
I withdraw that question. No further questions for Mr. Shram.
Okay, any other cross?
No cross.
No cross by the village.
Okay. Just want to be clear that there's solid red lines and dashed red lines, but on this exhibit, but I don't see that in the legend, how they, what the meaning is in the, well, I guess either either lines. Can you just explain the dash line, what that is representing? Is that a border?
Mr. Schramm, you're on mute.
Yeah, oh yeah, you're muted now, sorry. So Scott, you're muted. I think I can unmute him.
I don't think he can hear us.
Yeah, all right.
Dividing Kaukauna to the east and
Wait.
Little Chute.
Okay, Scott, you were muted during your
The heavy
answer.
orange line is the corporate limits line, both in the Fox and running north-south up into Kaukauna and Little Chute.
Okay, so we missed your answer because you were muted when you were talking. So if you could just describe the difference between the dash line and the solid line, please.
Did you hear that at all?
No, you were muted.
Okay,
Your
right.
mic was off.
The simple answer is the heavy orange single dash line in the river is the corporate limits dividing line between the communities on the north and south bank. And then if you go towards the middle of the drawing towards manhole 13, there's a heavy orange line that goes north-south up, and that divides Kaukauna to the east and Little Chute to the west. It's just the corporate limits line.
The solid red is the interceptor.
Correct. The solid red is the parts of the interceptor that are presently reinforced concrete. And then the parts that are green are pipes that are either PVC, polyvinyl chloride, or they were previously CIP line.
Okay, so just one other question. What's this dash line? The one I'm pointing to next to MS3. And then there's another one closer to Kaukauna.
Yeah. So if you look at the drawing as a whole, because the project is basically 5.5 miles long, following the river, going through these communities, the general contract documents were broken up, recognizing geographic work areas for the contractor, how they're going to stage the work. So, for example, the red dash line that you were pointing to at meter station 3, everything to the west of that on the north bank was what we were calling the Little Chute work area. And then if you went from the dash line you were talking about down towards Kaukauna Central Park and the power dam at the 55 bridge, there's a red dash line. We were referring to that piece in the middle as the Fox River work area. The same thing to the east. The eastern piece we were referring to as the Tilmany work area or the Alstrom work area. It's just breaking up the different work areas for the contractor.
Okay, thanks. All right, so there was no other cross? Is that what I heard?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, great. Okay, how about redirect? Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Okay. So thank you very much. You're excused. And before we switch parties here, I just wanted to remind everyone, and this goes for all the witnesses, the changes made on the stand need to be incorporated into the written filings. So I don't know if everyone's clear on that, but so if you've made changes here today to your testimony, that needs to be, that's going to trigger a refiling. So those all need to be incorporated into the refiling, all the additional changes that were accepted on the record. As a side note, it does make things easier and gives people a heads up if you file those changes in an errata, which is part of the filing requirements. And that, I believe, was due Monday, I think, in this case. So we would have expected normally to see those changes proposed in an errata. It would just be like, you normally do in like a transcript errata, change page such and such, line such and such, and A and D should read A and D. And to the extent you need to explain that to parties, if it's some sort of substantive change, I would expect on your email when you serve the errata that you'd explain, well, it's not just a typo. We really meant 25 million instead of 250,000. And, here's maybe you need to explain a little bit why that is, if it's a significant change. But at this point, that gives everyone more lead time to digest the changes. If there's any objections, they can make them, or they can bring them to the hearing at least. But that's been part of our process for years. So it also just saves us time at the hearing to already know what those changes are, so we don't have to go through filings on the stand. So that's just a note for the future. So at this point, we're done with Heart of the Valley. Is that correct?
It is, Your Honor.
All right, great. And we have the villages. Do the Village of Kimberly or Village of Little Chute, are they going to appear today, or are we going to take their testimony by affidavit?
They are here, Your Honor.
Okay, so you want to call them? That's fine. We can do that. So we'll take Village of Kimberly first.
Village of Kimberly calls Greg Allman.
All right, let me swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm? Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. Allman, are you employed by the Village of Kimberly?
Yes, I am.
What is your job position there?
Director of Public Works, Zoning Administrator.
And did you provide written testimony on behalf of the Village of Kimberly for this matter?
Yes, I did.
And that was filed on January 23rd, 2024, is that correct?
Yes,
Did you have a chance to review that testimony?
I did.
Do you have any changes to it?
I don't.
And is all that testimony true and accurate?
Yes, it is.
part of in conjunction with your testimony, did you also submit one exhibit consisting of, I believe, 3 pages, which were sample invoices?
Yes,
Okay, and are those exhibits accurate records from the village, or accurate invoices from the Village of Kimberly records?
yes, they are.
Do you have any changes to make to your testimony today?
I do not.
With that, Your Honor, we'll offer the written testimony and exhibits of Mr. Greg Ullman.
All right, they're already in the record, so now they're verified. I can receive them. Ready is the witness. Do you have any questions in addition? Any additional testimony for the witness?
Yes, I just have one question.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Are you aware from the testimony and exhibits that this liner pipe that is proposed for installation in the interceptor has a smoother surface than the existing concrete pipe?
I am aware, yes.
And as a result of that, you're aware there's some testimony that this may, to some degree, increase the flow capacity of the pipe due to a factor of friction being improved?
I did hear that, yes.
At any time, did the Village of Kimberly request any sort of capacity increase for the village as part of this project?
We did not.
Does the Village of Kimberly have any need for capacity increase at any time in the foreseeable future that would somehow benefit you by this increased capacity?
We do not have a need in the future, no.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, any cross?
No
None
cross.
from Heart of the Valley, Your Honor.
Was that none from Heart of the Valley?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, and from the city?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Commission staff, anything? So you light up a little bit there.
No cross, Your Honor.
No, okay. All right, great. So you're excused. Thanks very much.
And we would offer his testimony and exhibits into evidence.
Yes, they're in.
Okay. I don't know if it matters, but Greg Ullman's initials say VOT next to his name, which should be VOK. May not matter beyond this hearing.
Oh, yes, it should be not significant, but thanks for pointing that out. Usually in the rush of getting that done, mistakes are made. Sorry about that. Okay, so we're done with the witness?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. You're excused. So we'll take Village of Little Chute.
Village of Little Chute calls Kent Taylor.
Okay. You can get your screen on if you can. There you are. Okay.
Can I ask to move your camera up so we can see your face? Or just turn that, yeah, there we go. Thank you.
Now I need to see what's going on here. Okay. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, great. Go ahead.
Mr. Taylor, are you employed by the Village of Little Chute?
Yes, I am.
What is your job title?
I am the Director of Public Works.
And did you provide written testimony on behalf of the Village of Little Chute in this matter?
Yes, I did.
That testimony that was filed on January 23rd, 2024, did you have a chance to review it?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes to that testimony?
No, I do not.
Did you also have a chance to review the exhibits?
Yes, I did.
Is both your testimony and those exhibits true and accurate representations of what you filed with the court?
Both are true and accurate.
Okay. And they're complete and correct?
They're complete and correct, yes.
In that case, Your Honor, we'd offer this into his testimony and exhibits into evidence.
All right, they're in.
I have one or two more questions for Mr. Taylor.
Go ahead.
Are you aware generally of the nature of the corrective work for the interceptor involving installation of an interior pipe that has less friction than the existing concrete pipe that is corroding?
Yes, I am.
And are you aware that that may provide some level of increase in flow capacity due to the lower level of friction than currently exists?
Yes, I do understand that.
At any time in connection with this entire project, did the village of Kimberly ever request an increase in capacity to serve the village?
The village of Little Chute did not request an increase in capacity.
Does the village have any need for increased capacity of any nature in the foreseeable future that might result coincidentally from the installation of this liner?
No, it does not.
No further questions then for this witness.
All right, any cross? Start with the city.
None from the city, Your Honor.
HOV
None, Your Honor.
and commission staff.
No cross.
All right. That's it then. You're excused. Thanks very much. And commission staff's left.
Yes, Your Honor. Commission would call Stephen Kemna to the stand.
Well, I'm not seeing you yet.
I know I can. Let me see if I can. I'm going to try one more time here. Enable camera access in your what? Do. Sorry, Your Honor. Technical difficulties.
That's not unheard of.
Start video. It says enable camera access in your browser address bar. I haven't seen this before. Okay. Okay.
Are we anticipating any questions for Steve?
Are we off the record?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Okay.
Any questions that were
No, Your Honor. There'll be no further direct beyond verification of his testimony and
Okay.
exhibit.
So you know what, Steve? I think we're just going to go ahead without the video. Oh, and as soon as I say that, that's exactly what the video. Perfect. All right. Looks good.
Sorry about that. Okay.
All right. That's fine. Perfect. So you're there. I'm going to swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm? Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
All right. Go ahead.
Please state your name for the record.
Stephen Kemna.
What is your position at the Public Service Commission of Wisconsin?
I'm a civil engineer with the Public Service Commission.
And how are you involved in this docket?
I am performing some of the engineering analysis of the sewer complaint.
Did you file or cause to be filed direct testimony in this docket?
Yes, I did.
Did you file or cause to be filed an exhibit marked EXPSC Chemno 1?
Yes, I did.
And are the statements and representations in the testimony and exhibit you filed in this case true and correct?
Yes.
Do you have any additions or modifications to your testimony or that exhibit at this time?
No.
Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
All right. Thank you. Any questions for witness Kemna? Start with the city.
None from the city, Your Honor.
HOV.
None, Your Honor.
In the villages.
None, Your Honor.
All right. Thanks. Thank you. You're excused. So that's all of our witnesses. I did want to mention we are, like I said, receiving public comments in writing. We don't have any on file at this time. And what's implied in this row at the bottom of the evidence list is that if we get 5 or less comments, I'm just going to add them to the list. If we get more than that, I'll probably be creating a separate exhibit that lists those comments out. At this point, I'm not expecting to get much, if any. But otherwise, I think we're good to go as far as the record is concerned. Any questions or matters we need to address before we adjourn?
None from the city, Your Honor.
None from HOV, Your Honor.
Your Honor, from the villages, I received the instruction to refile our exhibits with the corrected designation. And I just have one question about that procedure.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. We can do this off the record.
Okay. Way off the record?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I got the message that the R, that the dash does not belong in the R.
For exhibits, that's correct.
Exhibits?
So yours will look like EX-VOK-Ullman-1R.
Yes, thank
Yeah.
you. And there was a reference to an asterisk. Is there supposed to be an asterisk involved in this in any way? For any reason?
On the name, to name the exhibit? No. I was just trying to use an asterisk to bring you down to that next page.
Okay, thank
So
you.
it's, because your exhibit is identified with the asterisk, the number 1, this number 1 will apply to that filing.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
And then just so you know, that with your testimony, that will be the revision is recognized with a -R.
Thank you.
So yeah, okay, you got that?
I understood that instruction.
Okay,
Thank you.
yeah, okay. Believe that's it. I think we have the rest of the processes scheduled, and we'll be refilings in 3 working days. Otherwise, anything else? All right. Well, thanks very much, everyone. We're adjourned.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike, I have a question. Can you stay
Okay.
on?
Stay on. Yeah.